Welcome back to Wright Patman and the MPFL Live. We had to take a little break. Dudley, every now and then he gets really grumpy, okay? He has to eat at certain times, and it shut down the entire feed for a few minutes. So we hit Control-Alt-Delete, we rebooted, and now we're back with you guys on MPFL Live. There's one thing that we have found out, Dudley, I think in 2 tournaments of covering live fishing together is live is just that. It's live. And when you are dealing with weather and cameras and internet connections and equipment, things can happen. But we appreciate you guys hanging with us, and we are back out on Wright Patman here for the MPFL presented by Progressive. And, you know, Dudley, we were looking while we were taking that little break. Overall, the catching has slowed down a little bit today, but we're starting to see in the last hour some big fish come across. Keith Carson has dropped a couple of bombs that, you know, he hasn't inputted into his Way Live app yet. We're going to talk about that this afternoon, Keith. But I think this low pressure gets here, the front sneaks in here more and more. I think we're gonna start seeing things heat up here at Wright Patman.
Again, the heat is going to come from retrieve lures. I really believe that the guys that have the retrieve lures, the bling bling blades, the bladed baits, those fish didn't get pressured as hard. Again, you have to look at this lake as 2 different types of fish, right? There's 2 different things. You got fish that are actually in the spawn, and then you got fish that have already pre-spawned.
But I think 5-pounder, I'd say. I lost another good one.
Look right here, day 1 leader Keith Carson, who was doing that.
I'm changing it up. I'm throwing chatterbait. I'm trying to hop it through these little areas where I think the fit. Here we go. Here's another big one. Another good one. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Stay on. Come on. Oh my God, these fish are so strong. Oh. Stay on. Stay on.
Keith is not updating his Way Live app, Dudley, because he's got a lot more weight than that unofficial 2 pounds he's showing right now.
That's another good one. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh my, and that guy just fished this. Like oh my gosh. Look at that. Oh,
let's hope that guy doesn't go back and watch this on YouTube and go,
oh, that's awesome. That's 2. 3 more. And we'll be looking good. Oh my gosh.
He's not
I was just talking about how I'm pumping this bait through the structure. I think these females are sitting off the beds, and obviously I guess I'm right. So I need to keep doing, trust my instincts, trust myself. I know what to do, and just keep going. So let's retie again. I'm a real stickler for retying. I retie a lot, like almost every fish. There's a little bit of tape there.
Check his hook on his lip.
Oh man, that's crazy. Gosh.
So that's 2, roughly. He hasn't.
I just came over here
but
to get away from the boats too.
5-pounders.
Like everybody 2 5s came in my area, I was hoping that if I left,
I'm saying
they'd be like, oh, well, Keith's leaving and I'm leaving.
With 3.
With 3.
Maybe I can go back and pick some off there still later. So, whoa.
And something you're seeing here,
another good one,
which you opened the show talking about adjustments.
That one's probably close to 5
Who can make the right adjustment? Who can do something a little different in these crowded areas? Keith going to the chatterbait, the bladed jig, making an adjustment, talking about going behind an angler right there and catching that big one.
It's very hard, Luke. You know it. It's very hard.
Getting a look at Brandon Perkins, Pickwick Lake, Tennessee angler. He's definitely going to be one of our anglers to watch at our 5th stop, Pickwick Lake.
No, I don't know if he was swimming or just flipping that. I've often wondered that. Why don't we ever just flip a white crawl, or like we catch them all off the bed on white? Why is it have to be, if we're flipping, it's green pumpkin, black and blue, blah blah blah.
Very true.
4 for about what one of them weighed yesterday.
Brandon Perkins unofficially 4 fish for 7 pounds 11 ounces. And Dudley, we're looking here at the unofficial leaderboard from the Way Live app, and we have Keith Carson at 4 for 14.9 now. He's regained his lead.
take this mic
But
off.
an angler that's making some noise. We do not have a camera on
Yep,
today.
yep, let's do that.
Alabama's Robbie Frazier, unofficially sitting just below 18 pounds, has jumped up into that second place spot. A little look at some Texas drip from the Fat Cat camp. Little bonus boat to boat from the Fat Cat cam. Not sure who we're looking at there, Dudley, but I like that boat wrap. Hunter Denmark. Little boat to boat action on Hunter. Unofficially 23rd place. Hunter had a little over 17 pounds yesterday, which there was a log jam around that 17 and 18 pound mark.
Man, was it ever. And I had talked about the jam probably
12, 13 pounds.
Yeah, but the day, of course, hadn't came to fruition yet. But now, dang, 17 pounds is like the mark. What a lake, man. What a lake.
Anxious to see what Wright Patman can kick out here on day 2. Dudley, I'm going to ask you this. This is it's a personal question. Are you a tucked or untucked guy? I mean, we're looking at Hunter here.
Wow.
He's tucked. He's tucked into the jeans, working hard to catch bass. Are you a tucked jersey or an untucked guy? I feel like you're an untucked guy, but I feel like I put you on the spot on MPFL Live, presented by Progressive.
Definitely an untucked guy, but he probably was raised in a very strict atmosphere, and his dad and his mom might still be cracking on him. Son, tuck your shirt in. It's disrespectful to leave that thing out.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so getting word from the water. I just got a text from the Big Cat, and he said that Hunter, when they let him know he's going to go live, stopped what he was doing, tucked in the shirt. So clearly pro tuck.
Mm-hmm. He didn't want to get reprimanded by his mom and dad on that. Dang.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Maybe I should try tucking it in. You think
Now,
I
you've
could
won
sport
about
it?
$4 million fishing. I wouldn't start now.
No, I don't think so.
Throw you off of your axis.
There has been, I do remember this. See if you remember this. I think the tournament that Davey Height won at Kentucky Lake had this he did not wash his underwear. You remember that?
That's weird.
That's a little weird.
Yeah.
He had to wear them same underwear.
It's pretty, that's
Yeah.
that goes beyond luck, and maybe you're just dirty at that point, you know.
But it was, yeah, I remember that. He thought.
I bet everybody that was around him remembered that, though.
So, do you have a superstition?
Got some live action right here.
Do not come unbuckle, please.
Donnie O'Neal.
Come on, girls. Come on, girls.
Oh, Donnie getting down for it. There we go.
2 rods on his deck, too, as
Got
I
her in
might
the boat,
say.
boys. Woo! It's on. You know what? I guess credit for this fish goes 100% to the cameraman. Why is that? Because the cameraman had to take a personal break. So while he took a personal break, I just went back there and I said, I'm going to pick this cover apart. There we go, boys and girls. Isn't she pretty? Oh, yeah. Mwah! Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's a great fish, but I'm going to need to know more about this cameraman's personal break. We got some info on that.
It just seems,
Was he FaceTiming with his girlfriend?
Seems like something I probably want to leave
Easy, girl.
alone.
Easy.
I need to know this.
366.
Donnie with a 366. Donnie unofficially right now in 14th place, of course, starting the day in our top 10 and spent most of his day in our top 10. On day 1 here at Wright Patman, Texas Angler.
Let's see.
So yes, we're going to go 350, guys. 3.5 pounds. That's 3 pounds 8 ounces.
Donnie updating that way live app.
Ooh-wee. Sometimes a little break is all you need.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
So right now, Luke, let me ask you a question. We got 3 6-pounders on score track on
Boys and girls, that
on
fish is back in
the unofficial leaderboard.
Yes, sir.
And we got Wright men, we got a few
And this
5-pounders
these fish are tiny
also.
color.
So
There's
what do
one
you
thing
think?
about this, they'll
We're
top every time.
what? 3 hours,
Get that oven ready
into
because
it.
it's
Are
been
we
long
going to
enough
see
to
that
get
8, 9,
super glue
10
down.
pounder? Are we going to see that?
I still think it's going to happen, Dudley. I think that 9-4 is going to come through, and you're going to owe me dinner
Pure.
like always. This is no joke. Last night you didn't join me for dinner, but I had went out and on the menu fried green tomatoes, but I couldn't order them because you weren't there to pay. So. This Way Live app, so important to show. Oh, looks like we've got all the locals interested in Keith Carson. Now, Dudley, I keep up with your YouTube channel. You would eat that squirrel.
Yes. There is not much me and my family will not eat.
Little known fact.
So let me give you a noted fact. I walked into the door the other day at the farm, and my daughter and my son were sitting in there, and I looked, and they were cooking something up. I said, "What are y'all cooking?" They go, "We made dandelion and violet soup."
So
they had went out and picked
I'm running down some
dandelions
random banks
and
right
had
here,
cooked
and,
a soup with dandelion
yeah,
flowers.
I got 4 fish in the
I was
live
like,
well. I got
that's
2
awesome.
good ones and then 2 small ones. And again, still probably got about 14 pounds. I'm slipping up into
How does dandelion
about,
soup taste?
I don't know,
It
10 inches of
tasted
water.
just like a flower,
so.
a little bitter.
It's real shallow right now.
The
I'm sitting
actually
at
violet
1.9,
flower petals were
and,
not bad.
I don't know.
It's
getting bites here and there.
sounds
It's,
terrible.
you run into them, man. You run
Stick to
into 'em.
Wendy's.
And,
I'm
something just
surprised.
swallowed me. I just saw
I'll
a
probably
wake.
get a bunch of texts. Dudley ain't even feeding his kids. They had to go out and pick
Shoot.
dandelions
I
to
ain't
have
really-
something to
You
eat.
tell those kids if they need
This
somewhere to
more than-
come to Tennessee, they can live with me.
Had that wake
I've got
in.
so many at this point I wouldn't even notice. I had some Dudley kids to the Duncan household.
I'll get calls. Hey,
I cook hibachi. I do all
I'm
kind of stuff.
throwing the chatter.
Hey,
It's really
send your
important.
kids over here. We got
That
some
rod tip.
awesome dandelion
Real,
flowers out there in our
pointing
yard.
towards the bait in that general direction. Otherwise,
There's
your
actually
hookup ratio is
dandelion
way down.
wine that people make.
Now you don't want it up like this. You just want to keep it pointed towards it. It just dropped off a little bit.
Keith has
Go quickly
absolutely
now.
given us all the goods on his technique, his rods,
Definitely
his
deep one
reels,
right here.
his knots, but his approach to fishing this chatterbait and how he's been swimming his plastic when he's flipping. Really interesting how he points the rod at the lure. He's breaking that down for us right there. If you guys are just
All
tuning
right,
in,
let's get
Keith
to a
Carson, of
lay
course,
down.
our
Haven't
day
had a
one
bite
leader
on
and
a lay
unofficially
down. I don't know if I've
sitting
had a
on
bite
top of
in all
the
of
Way Live
practice or
leaderboard
anything.
right now.
The pumping action is interesting, as he made note to.
Could be because I crashed right
And it
into
reminds me of the offshore game with the bucktail. If y'all are familiar with the hair jigs is what they call them. I call them a bucktail. But the hair jig situation and how they pump the hair jig, and he's just doing that with you. The key is you don't want to let it fall straight down. Like you're pumping it, but you don't want to kill it and let it go straight down. You want it to fade down. And that's what when he says pump, he's pumping it but letting it fade down. And the same thing you do with the hair jig offshore. You let it fade down, not, turn its head upside down and fall to the ground.
Really a unique action,
yes,
though, to watch Keith do that. And have the presence of mind to do it all the time. He gets in that rhythm. He never misses. You watch him. It's the same retrieve every single time. Here we go. Quad boxing for the first time today. Doug Chapin. Got Sean Murphy. Keith. Actually, not Keith Carson.
I was
Brandon Perkins.
I was
and
looking
Donnie O'Neill. Brandon Perkins, of course, our Pickwick Lake favorite headed into that event. One of. We got about 3 guys that are going to be trouble down at Pickwick.
A little tougher this morning. I got 4. None of the right ones. I don't know. I feel like we need a little sunshine.
It's a lot of fishing right there, Dudley. A lot of fishing. Of course, 2 separate tournaments going on, we like to say here. At Wright Patman, first place, $50,000. And the beautiful NPFL trophy. But we are going to pay 36 places. 36 place after
Where the big ones
tomorrow on Showdown Saturday. We'll end up with $9,000. So 36 people going home with big money here at Wright Patman.
Run into them somewhere, hopefully.
Sean Murphy going to make a little move. Of course, Dudley, we were able to watch all of this live fishing thanks to our sponsors. We're going to take a look at those. We are going to take a quick break here at Wright Patman, the NPFL presented by Progressive Insurance, and we will see y'all very soon.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the NPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. Fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
Welcome back to Wright Patman and the NPFL live coverage presented by Progressive. Look at one of our top 10 anglers from day one, Donnie O'Neill, who spent a lot of time with those fully loaded hook sets yesterday, Double D, but a little slower today. Something that we were doing today Dave, we are obviously broadcasting on tmpfl.com, but we are available on YouTube and Facebook. So you are officially Facebook famous today. So congratulations.
We are on the Facebook.
I figure we'll probably have to block some commenters pretty soon over the things they're going to say about you.
Come on, Luke.
Just kidding, of course. Everybody loves Double D.
I know they're going to comment on my glasses now.
Your glasses and the fact that you're feeding your children soup made of flowers.
Yeah, I didn't feed it to them. I walked in, they were eating it. I fist pumped them. I was like, that's awesome. We like to hunt the woods for edible everything.
Donnie O'Neill still working that program.
There
Day
should be
one
one
leader
here.
and unofficially sitting
somewhere
at the top of our leaderboard, Keith Carson. Keith hooked up again with what looks to be
called it
yet another good one.
It's not a giant, but it's like a
That's say a $50,000 contributing fish.
Stop us.
Keith put down the chatterbait in that situation, picked up his.
It's not a giant, but it'll do. It's probably close to 3.
Okay. I think that's going to be number 5, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
so.
Everything's going to be subpar until Rick gets back up on my motor. All right, so that's 5. I got 2 good ones there, and I got 3 right there. That's number 5. Let's update the app here. That was probably close to 3, but yesterday I was big eyeing them a little bit, so I'm going to say that one is 210 sounds like a good number. All right, it says I'm around 17 pounds, so that's good. All right,
Keith, guessing a little light on that.
Man, that one,
Donnie O'Neill,
as soon as it went through it just sat there with it. So a lot of these fish,
Donnie had a
they're
little
not swimming out with it. So typically when you're flipping and you flip in and the fish swims out with it, it means there's more than one fish there. You know, because he's like, he eats it and he's like, oh, I gotta get away, you know.
Got to take a look at Donnie O'Neill. Got Donnie doing the same program from yesterday.
Almost
working that slow.
Now, is that the same little point? Well,
going to take a look at a replay from Donnie O'Neill. Donnie hooked up.
I'm going to say that's the same point, right?
It looks it.
I think that is.
Look it.
Oh, great.
That's where he stroked them at yesterday.
Not what
that's
we're
a
looking
white
for.
bass.
Not what we're looking for at all.
A white bass biting up.
You know, you hear that rattle in his plastic, though?
Wow, I did pick up on that. I'm like, what's rattling?
He's definitely flipping a soft plastic with a rattle in it.
I'll never know.
I'm surprised.
Nibble?
Yeah, on that crankbait, one knocked the crap out of it.
Back over to Chad Aaron. Lawrenceburg, Tennessee angler, hometown boy. Chad was pumped to be in our top 10 yesterday. Really talk about having to make adjustments on the fly yesterday to get the weight that he had, changing the way he was setting the hook. Let's see. Unofficially in 37th place right now. Of course, the top 36 will get played.
You could tell looking at just studying body language, he is dead focused on everything, and he's already picking his next cast. And I know it's what we all do, but he is very focused. And
you think maybe he got bit right here? It seems like he's making repeated pitches to the same area right there.
And you could tell he's a little frustrated. It's like he knows something's up with that little area.
Chad actually won the Toyota Series Championship
I was kind of hoping
a few years ago on Wheeler Lake, Forest Wood Cup qualifier, BFL All-American qualifier.
But I'm happy we're not getting rained on yet.
Yeah. We get rained on probably 50% of the tournaments, but hardly ever they call it off unless it's, really bad lightning storms.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, this is the only tournament trail I've ever fished.
Say that again?
This is the only trail I've ever fished that they might text us or call us during the tournament, they said, or something, and shorten the day. I've never seen that. Usually when you go out, you're on your own. And, you just use common sense. No, you don't be out here flailing away in the lightning,
Of course, Dudley, sometimes the cell service is a little
right?
shaky on these hidden gem bass
you
lakes.
Go back down that bank right there, or you going to go back and go to this point? Okay.
Donnie and William Fletcher right there having a little conversation.
William with the limit, and he was one of the first ones to get a limit, and it was actually in the 9-pound range, which is kind of odd. Like
for what we've been seeing,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a 9-pound limit early with William, and it seems like he's called up to 8.5 pounds
I just got here
now.
going back and forth. But bites for me today.
William had 17 pounds yesterday.
I've had the bites, had the fish on. They just come unbuttoned. Only got 3 in the live well right now. Just caught one about 10 minutes ago, about 3.5. So we still got lots of time left, and we're just going to keep doing what we're doing.
Donnie talking there about sharing water, which is definitely the common theme.
Due to all the pressure, and I mentioned that yesterday. I just can't have the mishaps that I've already had today. So, got to capitalize on everything as much as possible. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
A lot of boats around, Dudley.
And almost all the time, the fish always has the advantage.
Davey said earlier, would Donnie go back to that same stretch? And yes, he just answered that. He's fishing that same point right there. It's where most of his weight came from yesterday. In there again this morning, sharing that water, William Fletcher and several other anglers. You can hear people running around all over the place.
We got check-in time at 3. We got 5 hours to get it done. Which I think we can.
Donnie unofficially in 15th place.
That no doubt is the point that we saw him on yesterday. And we talked about that. We talked about, are these anglers going to, very obvious if you're in tune with what's going on. For example, if I was to have had a wacky, say a wacky worm bite's going on, right? And I'm not necessarily going to follow myself back. Now, you don't know what's happening around the rest of the lake, but if you're confident enough that you pick that area apart, which we saw him yesterday do that, not sure that I would follow myself back up. And I could be wrong, guys. I may be speaking out of terms, we're only guessing. We don't have an overview on the map. But a lot of times in bass fishing, it's not even a gamble. I was going to say take a you have to take that gamble and whatever, pick another area of the lake. It's not a gamble. Like, you can't look at that as a gamble when a gamble would be going back over the same stuff, right? Mm-hmm. If there was more fish coming in, maybe I could do a quick pass, and he might be doing a quick pass. I don't know. But if you're zoned in with the lure and you know what's happening, whatever, say they're on willow trees and it has to be this, you can go find that somewhere else and hope, and all you're doing is hoping that nobody else is zoned in that's been down that bank, and you can go through and comb that area. We talked about that earlier, combing an area over. I feel like the fish that he just caught on that point, that was a migratory fish, one that wasn't spawning, just holding on a point. They're there. It's a feeding spot. They're just a stopping point. That fish was there. He caught probably 10 fish off of that one little point yesterday. But I don't know. That's what's cool, is that you're able, and that's what's so important about live. When you guys start watching the live, you can't chime out. You can't. You can't. You want to learn. You want to learn this game. You want to learn how things go. You can't just watch highlight films and get the story, right? You can't do it.
But we do have highlights, thanks to Progressive Insurance, from how it's gone down on Wright Patman this morning. And we're here to prove you wrong, Dudley. We can watch a highlight film, and we're going to right
highlight
now from Wright
awesome.
Patman.
So, again, accuracy is...
Oh, get out of there.
Doug Chapin this morning, Wisconsin angler, throwing that.
It's number 4. He ain't much.
Spinnerbait.
Again, you're hearing
just in the
bling,
cover.
Bling. Let's look at this highlight film. That's definitely something shallow, beautiful.
Awesome camera work by these MPFL cameramen. Brandon Perkins, Tennessee angler, started the day in our
man
top
was
10.
On his knees begging for a bite that time.
That's right. Unofficially in 13th place right now. That fox squirrel taking a risk to be that close to David Dudley.
Yeah.
Keith Carson, our day one leader.
So that right
leader
there,
at the moment.
And unofficially sitting on top of the leaderboard once again. A spot that from talking to Keith, he does not want to give up. Going into Showdown Saturday, made a bait adjustment right here, missed a couple of key fish.
Got her.
And then gets the fish to bite.
Stay on, baby.
Awesome patience.
Stay on.
Keith Carson from Florida, who will be a favorite going into our next event at the Harris Chain.
Absolutely.
Florida.
Here we go. Here's another big one. Another good one. Stay on, baby.
That
Stay
camera
on.
work.
Come to pop.
It's our homemade drone from on top of the motor count right there.
That's another good one. Oh my God.
What did you have yesterday? Yeah, I had 20. I know.
Some friendly fire right there. Donnie O'Neill sharing water and then getting down low to put a big one in the boat. The MPFL here at Wright Patman, presented by Progressive Insurance. Back over to Bob Burley.
Now, I know the viewers cannot see all of the action, all the camera, what we're seeing behind the screens, but Bob just got through fishing a power pole down on a section of trees, and I know, 15 minutes? In 15 minutes, he walked to the front of the boat, to the back of the boat, hit the bush at this angle, hit the bush at this angle. He knew something was special about that patch of trees. I know you guys did not see it, but I'm telling you the behind-the-scenes look. Very, we watched Donnie O'Neill yesterday just power pull down, fish very methodically and slow, especially when he was fishing that point. Bob had a great day yesterday. He wouldn't be in the top 10 if he have a camera if he didn't. And you see his foot right there hitting the power poles right there. And look at him. Ooh, he did the old back.
He went on point.
He did the old back step like he's in a country bar, doing a two-step. But he just did the back step right there. I thought he'd get ready to crack one.
You got to do that in Texas.
Mm-hmm. Put you a cowboy hat on, a buckle. Get you a Wrangler jeans and buckle
tuck your
up.
jersey in and go.
It always seems weird when cowboys tuck the shirt in.
I'm on, but I need to get off of it.
If any of you cowboys would like to talk to Dudley, you can come to the weigh-in here in Texarkana, 3:30 p.m. He will be the one wearing the awesome polarized glasses.
That's right.
Standing really close to Fat Cat Newton for protection, I have no doubt.
So, little stat, I do not wear cowboy hats, but I do have 11 horses.
They're on.
And for years, I was a trail guide while I was still on tour. I averaged 40 hours a week on a horse. We have a 22-stall horse barn. So, horses have been a part of my life for 15 years.
Birds over there.
Even though I don't cowboy boot jeans, I reckon you could call me a city cowboy.
A city cowboy.
City cowboy.
I like it.
Where's a ball cap?
Let's go. I tried it.
Bob Burley about to make a move.
I'm going to go back over there.
Bob, our lone Alabama angler in the top 10 today, heading out with the camera, and he is a Coosa River angler.
Coming to you live.
On live?
Coming live.
Okay.
Mark Schilling live in full effect, Mark.
What's up, guys? It's been a rough morning.
What's up, Mark?
Got 2 in the box, about 2 pounds apiece. I knew the morning bite was going to be a little tough because I try to watch the moon phases, and I believe in them. And I know it said from 9:30 to 11:30 was going to be the prime, the major feed, and as soon as that happened, we've been getting some bites, just not capitalizing on them. But you can see that all the birds went to the bank at 9:30 on the button. All of a sudden, they came from nowhere and they're feeding. And I've watched a few guys. The key for us has been, I kind of see the guys that are catching them. We're all doing the same thing, fishing these points. And right now, I think the word got out because there is a boat on every point. And I kind of messed up. I left one and someone stepped in, and now there's really nothing available. I'm working around an island. And I know we just went live, but we're gonna have to idle back over here to another spot. I never pre-fished here. I don't have a lot of confidence.
Interesting, guys. We laid mention to it yesterday. Kept talking about points, and this is anytime that water is dropping, points are always going to be a big player. And we saw yesterday.
Tight. The cast has to be accurate.
Donnie stayed on a point all day. He's back on it again. You pointed that out earlier yesterday morning. You pointed out the very end of that point. It's crucial, Dudley. And is that just because there's deep water close? Break that down for the MPFL live viewer.
Yeah, they know when they're on a flat. I mean, think about this. They know when they're on a flat and they sense that water dropping, or they move with the water and they come out on a point and they're like, whoo, okay, that water's not going to drop it. I think they truly do reason that out in their head. They can feel the water getting shallower and shallower, and it makes them nervous. So they start hitting out to where they have access to deeper water, but yet still are in shallow cover. And you just heard him lay mention to that. Points have been the key, and he's like, word got out. I don't think word, the only word that people were getting is probably yesterday when they pulled up on a point of trees, whoosh, get one. Okay, I don't think it was people talking about it. I think the fish were giving them the story. Hey.
That fish language.
Yeah, the fish language. And
Them fish would get right up in that crack and crevice, and that one was tight up in there.
Root ball.
Yeah, right there in the root ball, keeping it tight. But yes, points are falling water. Points are always going to be a big player, and it makes the fish nervous that are already shallow. They're going to try to stay shallow, but somewhere where they still feel comfortable at. And shallow is relative, right? Relative to some people may think that shallow is 1 foot or less, and some people think 2 foot is deep.
The fish will get up to that shallow.
But if you're in 1.5 feet of water and you pull 8 inches off of somebody's your head, yeah, that's gonna make you feel a little bit wearisome. You're like, you're not gonna be quite as.
Got a quad box, and Dudley, the top 4 from yesterday after the day 1 drive-through weigh-in right here. Keith Carson, Nick Pravana, Zach, Mark Schilling, Josh Ray. Haven't got to see Nick a lot. He's fishing apparently away from cell phone coverage. Nick, of course, had a big day yesterday and had 3 big days down at Eufaula. And I would go out on a limb right now and say, Dudley, our unofficial Progressive Angler of the Year leader would be Nick Pravana. Zach? Of course, everything is unofficial, and those AOY point standings will shake up after Wright Patman here.
Let me ask you a question, Luke. We're relatively midway through. Not midway, but, we're getting close to the midway point of the day. We've seen a lot of bait choices and what fish are being caught.
Back over to Sean Murphy.
I'm going to ask you this. By day 3, is it going to be a man who power poles down and moves 10 yards, power poles down, moves 10 yards, or is it going to be like Sean Murphy right here, who's he's not fishing fast, right? He's moving. Is it going to be
when you was chasing those
guy
storms, did you get in any of them?
Moves around like Sean or like Keith? Keith is incredible. He is fishing fast in a way. He's so dialed into what cover is
Waco?
there. But a lot of these guys are just saying, hey, I'm just going to get in this area and fish. What will prevail? The
So what'd
out
you
of the
do?
top.
Like,
and I'm not necessarily talking about the winner, Luke.
You was in your car or your
But
vehicle?
let's go with 6. We're going to go 5 because I want an odd number. Give me your opinion. Will 3 of the top 5 be movers or 3 of the top 5 be power pullers?
I think you're going to have 3 of the top 5 will be moving. Moving. I'm going with moving. Just because of Keith, I think like what we're seeing with Donnie this morning. He's trying to make that same area work over and over and over, and he's been successful in that. Yesterday, stuck with it for a long time, but today a little slower, sharing those fish. I think the guy that can change, that can be consistent in the amount of bites he gets, no matter the area, is going to be the guy to watch.
Was you
going
working
in.
for
You've
like
seen
a
that with
news
Keith. He made
station?
an adjustment.
Well, that one was for Discovery Channel.
Okay.
But I do all sorts of stuff. I live out in Los Angeles. I'm in the camera union and shoot Grey's Anatomy.
Sean Murphy. From Sean over to Nick Pravanazak, who is one of our best anglers out here on the MPFL and an amazing shallow water angler.
Now, that's just a cluster of trees. Very high percentage spot. We've been bad coverage. Look at here.
Great fish for Nick right there.
Nice.
Sweet. Nick with a really good fish.
You know, it's hard to analyze, you know, what very quick view we get, but it's very obvious looking up the bank that there's probably only a select number of cluster of trees, right? And he was one of the things you can do in flooded conditions, Luke, you know it. You want to narrow down your search, you could definitely go in and comb that cluster of trees and just got to believe. You know, you can't see them, but you got to believe with everything in you that there's a fish in that cluster of trees. And I know Nick, he's a slow fisherman. It's probably
Boom, baby.
what he's doing.
We got 5.
Yeah.
Back over to Donnie O'Neill, interrupting.
My Donnie is coming.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You're Donnie. I'm jealous.
This is my Donnie.
Okay, it's your Donnie. It's nobody else's.
Here you go, boys.
Still rocking
Number
the
5.
flip-flops.
Finally got her. Now we got the monkey off her back. Now we can concentrate on upgrading. Woo! And like I said, that fish again, I done fish all around
Donnie
that cover.
Unofficially.
And she was on the backside,
Was in
tight,
19th
tight.
place,
That's
but
what these fish
only
are.
showed 3
That's where I've
fish.
been getting my bites. So I done, which I knew that was going to be the case. It just, the problem is the bites are fewer. That is not what we want because that was kilograms. Tar, try that again. 246.
Big Al McCullough will not weigh those in kilos this afternoon.
Number 5, 246.
No. Actually, you probably would want that because the numbers would be a whole lot higher.
There you go.
He got his Apicus out.
The first one needs to go is going to be number 2 at 144.
Luke, I don't necessarily use a weigh scale. Have you ever called and find out later that
That's
you
a
were
relief,
actually
gentlemen.
looking at
1,000,000%.
Big
the wrong
size.
fish.
Dude,
I have done that.
Take a
I
little
have
breather
indeed
to
done-
recoup. I'm going to retie, get ready to go. But hey, I'll take this opportunity to thank all my sponsors, JKB Construction Company, Wharton Insurance, Hook It Gear, Honest AC, Benmark, Power Tackle, Circle D Boats, Mercury. If you're not using Mercury, man, you're missing one of the best engines out there on the market. Who else? Swagger Tackle, Tungsten, Power Tackle, TH Marine, all my sponsors. I couldn't be doing this without them today. But I want to especially reach out to JKB Construction Company, my employer, that's giving me an opportunity to do this. I appreciate all of y'all, and hopefully I can have another good showing out today. Now I'm going to go retie.
A little shout out to the sponsors right there. While Donnie retires, we're going to give a shout out to our sponsors, Double D. Make all of this possible. The MPFL
Appreciate
Live
the audience.
from Wright Patman, Texarkana, Texas, brought to you by Progressive. We will be back very soon with more live action from Wright Patman.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, They have great flavors. They have pouches. They have straight. They have long cut. And it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it. You're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. Fullyloadedchew.com. Check it out.
And we are back.
I'm just gonna turn this camera off. This camera.
Donnie O'Neill.
I just
back on Wright Patman.
Yeah.
Spent a lot of time in our top 10 yesterday, Donnie O'Neill.
Yeah, hopefully I get one.
But a guy that has
5 pounder.
really.
Here she is.
Time at the top of the leaderboard.
Stay on, babe. Stay on.
Keith Carson.
That's
Oof.
Yes. Oh, did you see it come out of the water when I set the hook? They're in like nothing. They're in like 6. Oh my God. That one's probably over 5. Oh yes. Oh, we got 3 in the big fish side. We only need 2 more. Oh my gosh.
And that's going to put him over.
Gosh, it's like a dolphin. I feel like I'm like in the saltwater or something. I'm like back in Dunedin. Oh man. All right, let's see what my smallest one is.
Fully
and
loaded
I just lost a 4 pounder
indeed.
like 3 minutes. Oh, all right, let's see. All right, so I think number 1. I think that one's the little guy.
That's the small side?
These 2.
that little 3 1/4 pounder.
This one's next. Number
Keith
2's
unofficially
next.
said he had 17 pounds before this.
That the scarfish, I'm gonna say.
Right, let's throw him back.
No.
So,
What?
oh. Okay. This one's going back.
He's just like.
So, buddy, thanks.
I'm telling you, Keith's just
Man,
having a
so now
time
I got
out
3.
there. Dudley, I would just follow him around and try to catch his coals
2 dinks.
all day long. Just throw it at the back of his motor.
Or 2 pounders.
At this point, if I'm one of the other competitors,
2
it's
more.
not against the rules. I'm just following Keith around, throwing at his prop.
I guess I'm making the right choices here. So, yeah, this isn't anywhere near where I caught him yesterday. Yeah, I'm just running stuff. Just, I don't know how to explain it, but us shallow water guys, you know, you gotta listen to yourself, you know. There's no external devices like, you know, nothing telling us what to do. There's something really about that.
Keith fishing on instinct, that shallow water game, and
laid mention to nowhere near his area that he fished yesterday.
So this man caught 25 pounds yesterday, leads the event, and is not fishing the same area at all today.
That's
and pattern fishing.
Yes,
he is dialed in,
and that's some people. That's pure confidence, and that's what I say. If you got confidence in what you're doing, you're not going to go back. We talked about it when Donnie was up there, kind of looking at Donnie, highlighting the, you know, a little bit of the stuff. He knows he's going in behind people. He already knows it. He knows that where he just caught that one, other people were. But he's got so much confidence. He knows that they're not catching that fish that he can catch.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't matter where he goes.
Back over to Doug Chapin, Wisconsin boy. Hooked up. NPFL Live.
Uh-oh. Ding-a-ding-a-ling-a-ling.
There it is again, that bling. That bluegill colored spinnerbait again.
And it's still looking like the 11 o'clock storm is going to be here, Luke. Yeah. Are we going to see that giant rush to the top? Are we going to see
before that happens?
Right before that happens?
A little dude, but I'm happy about him.
Doug Chapin, 5th fish, and unofficially going to have him in our top 5. Doug brought in 21 pounds, 3 ounces on day 1. One of our 9 stringers over 20 pounds here at Wright Patman. Doug Chapin from Wisconsin over to my Tennessee man, Chad Aaron. Tennessee River Rat will be a factor on Pickwick in our 4th event.
Well, look at there. I just throw my rod in the water.
What the heyday? And Chad, you know, can be kind of helter-skelter sometimes. Spent a lot of time in the boat with Chad. He was trying the trick where you take your line and ricochet your rod, but he just completely let it go. I'm going to need that in a replay, guys.
Yeah.
The next highlight reel by Progressive, we're going to need Chad just saying the hell with it and throwing his rod in the water. That was awesome. Chad's a very accomplished angler. Loves shallow water fishing. He texted me in practice and said, man, this place fits my wheelhouse better than anywhere I've ever been. He loves to flip bushes.
So it'd be safe to say he likes the upper end of Pickwick.
Yes, he does. He does.
Or
Very
Wheeler.
So.
Now think about this.
Wheeler is really Chad's lake. He used to take a lot of my money on Wheeler growing up.
It truly does look like a Decatur.
It does.
You know, when Decatur's flooded,
That's
it's got
exactly
that.
Right. For any of you that have been to the Tennessee River, been to Wheeler Lake, the Decatur area, Dudley's right. We grew up, you know, fishing stuff like this, especially in the spring. Get to fish a lot of buckbushes. The fishing there, unfortunately, the buckbush fishing is not as good now. A lot of it's silted in. But Kentucky Lake anglers, Sean Murphy, spent a lot of time on Kentucky Lake, sets up like this, Barkley Lake.
Too long.
But yeah, every time we get around these bushes, it looks like home to me. So I know a guy like Chad coming in here from Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Chad, unofficially though, sitting on 2 keepers and has dropped to 46th place on our Way Live leaderboard. But talking to him yesterday, most of his damage came after lunch.
And you know, a lot of damage. We talked about that earlier yesterday. We were like, you know, we didn't see an hour of we didn't see a special hour or
right. It was the afternoon delight though.
Right. And when we went off camera, yeah, the special hours were that afternoon. And you know, I still tell you, I think it's going to happen earlier. You can see their boats starting to, the wind's picking up, right? The wind's picking up. The last few fish we just saw come on Bling Bling.
Moving bait starting to play a factor for sure.
You just got, as an angler, I don't care how dialed in you were the day before. We saw Keith Carson. He never caught one yesterday on a bladed bait. Not one fish that we saw of, right? That we saw on camera. We didn't have a camera with him all day, but today he said, I caught them all flipping yesterday, remember? And then next thing you know, he's 5-pounder bladed bait, 5-pounder bladed bait, you know, keeper on blade. You know, he's making the right adjustments, and I know you guys can't see it, but in the 10 boxes that we're looking at, he's back to flipping again. You know, it's knowing. In fishing, I've said this a lot. What is one thing in life? It's the unteachable. Ooh. You cannot teach somebody. You can coach.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, it's a good one. Oh, God. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Listen to that line singing.
Let me take you for a boat ride. Let me take you for a boat ride. Ain't hooked very good. Yes.
Yes, sir. Chad, Aaron.
Woo!
Right there.
Man, she's not getting it. They're not getting it.
Chad, Luke just
Thank you.
sat up straight in the seat.
Yeah.
You woke him up.
Pretty cool to get to commentate one of your good friends
Yes,
growing up.
that's
catching
cool.
bass on MPFL Live. I'm not going to lie about that. That's a proud moment right there. It's awesome.
I needed that, boy. I needed that.
Anybody would need that.
Power pulled down.
Oh, I hope they're starting to move up. It's that time of day. I don't have my watch on. I don't know, it's probably 10 or 11. Sure glad I got that fish.
I will
Not a
buy
monster,
Chad a
but
watch so he knows what
it's a
time
good
he needs
start.
to be weigh in.
A lot more than I had. All right, that was a good move I made a while ago. I figured out when they're coming in off the main lake, they're filtering in. They're on these outsides is where they're coming in first.
All right, let's take a look at the live leaderboard. Unofficial. Of course, Chad Aaron started our day in the top 10 and had dropped to 46th place, but that big bass he caught is definitely going to shake things up. Dudley, I don't want you looking at those flowers and getting hungry.
I
Here
could
on
take some
day
definitely
2.
violet petals full of vitamins.
I would like to say if anybody can hear us about lunch, I do not want flowers for lunch. Taking a look here at the unofficial leaderboard, which will remain that way until they get the fish to the drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough. We've got Keith Carson sitting on top with unofficially 17-3, which Dudley and I both will say he's got a lot more than that. But Nick Pravanizak has moved back into that second-place spot. Jesse Millsaps, one of our favorites, headed into Eufaula.
Man,
almost
making
20
a
pounds. Got a
strong
6-pounder.
charge.
Robbie Frazier, another one of our Alabama anglers, making a charge today as well. 4th place. Doug Chapin hanging around in that top 5. Derek Blake, someone we saw pop into our top 10 a few times yesterday unofficially. Derek, an East Tennessee angler. Sheldon Collings, one of our young Oklahoma anglers in this thing. 7th place. Josh Ray from Arkansas, sitting on 3 for 10 pounds. So far, that's, he's got a lot to grow. He catch a couple 5-pounders. He's right back in that 20-pound range he was in yesterday. Sean Murphy and Eddie Carper rolling out of our top 10. Lots of fish catches starting to happen, though, Dudley, when you look through the Way Live leaderboard on tnpfl.com. Unofficially, a lot of things going on, and all I see is that soup you were talking about, looking at those flowers, and I don't want any part of it.
You're not digging the dandelion
Double D, I'm not.
soup.
I'm not with it.
It
And,
was.
weather has been a big factor. And topic of conversation. And Dudley, right here we have the Double D weather update. I'm going to call it. You've been like Jim Cantori checking your phone all day, and now we've got it live for the folks at home. Look at that radar.
Basically,
right
what
there.
we have here, guys, we got clouds rolling in, and what this is going to do is bring the bling blades into play. It's going to bring the frogs into play, and it's going to bring the bladed jigs into play. After this front moves through, they're going to move to a chartreuse colored blade. It follows up great after storms, and when the barometric pressure is in the 19-degree area, that's when you're going to see flipping come back into play.
Tell you something else that's going to come into play. Looking at that right there is I hope our cameramen and all of our anglers have their rain gear ready, because there are fixing to be some raindrops falling here in the city of Texarkana.
Maybe the boat wakes messed them up.
And I'm telling you, Dudley,
That's nastiness.
the safety of the anglers is at the utmost important. We don't see a lot of red in there. It's some yellow. It's gonna get a little loud, I can imagine. It's gonna rain some, but some of the best fishing you can ever experience is during those low pressure events like we're gonna see today. So I'm expecting some fireworks. Just hopefully not any from the sky.
And the fireworks yesterday, like when we went off, air, look how many people came in with way stronger bags than they had. And just a reminder, if you are just joining us, the average fish here is an incredible, like 3+ pound, like 50th place was 3 1/4 pound average. If you were to really break it down, that's incredible anywhere you go.
I got 3 5-pounders. I'm probably around the 20-pound mark right now. Lost a 4-pounder, caught a 5, 5+, and so just trying to gather my thoughts and drink a little water and buzz through this real quick. And I think I'm probably get a bite here, and I'll probably get a bite right there.
That's
2 more. I just need 2 more. 5 over 5.
Saying he has over 20 pounds. Hasn't updated that on the Way Live app.
And it's gonna happen. Maybe not 10, but I think I'm gonna get a 7+.
He is very dialed in,
here.
Dudley.
There's just too many big ones in here, and I'm around too many big fish to not get a giant bite here sometime today.
Getting a little boat-to-boat bonus right here from the Fat Cat Cam, David Hoheisel, live on Wright Patman. And Dudley, do you think that the anglers look forward to Fat Cat pulling up, or do they dread it? I mean, do you think there's a certain amount of, do you think there's some luck that comes from being around the big cat? What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's an aura about him that when he gets around you, things in nature just come to life. And now, coming to life could be a couple different things, but yeah, for sure. I mean, think about when we get around him. The things that come to life is you immediately start smiling and laughing.
That's true. That's very
right?
true.
We come to life. You're not getting around Fat Cat and not smiling or laughing or just, he's so sexy when you keep your eyes on him. You're just,
hey, it's a kid show.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just look him up online. He's got some great stuff out there.
The big cat, and you know, Dudley, with that talk and the frosted tips yesterday, I don't know what to think anymore, but we'll get to that after MPFL Live, presented by Progressive. David power pulled down really slow, methodical.
My man.
David unofficially in 17th place. Back over to my man Chad Aaron, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, representing the hometown.
That may keep.
Looks like it's going to be close. Another keeper for Chad.
Gonna be close.
Like he's, can't tell if that's a baby creature bait or a big creature bait. Is that the baby or the big creature bait?
Looks like a full-size brush hog there. I believe that is what he was flipping.
Be close.
After practice. Chad, one of our anglers that never hooked a bass in practice. No hook in practice. Flipped for 3 days.
Ooh.
No idea what size fish he was catching.
Yep, it's over.
Of course, all
not much, but it's over.
14 inches.
We're going to have to call her anyway. I just want to keep her Keep him for a little bit. Somebody's already caught this booger. It's already got a place to put the coil clip. Or somebody else hooked it.
All these anglers using G-Juice and these live wells. TH Marine, the official fish care provider.
All right. Not a monster, but
all these bass will be released healthy back into
still
Wright Patman after the drive.
It's 10:30. I'm still way ahead of where I was at yesterday at this point. So I'm trying not to get discouraged. I know a lot of other people are catching them early, but I'm sure not.
We're going live again.
I believe that's Chad's 4th fish of the morning. Unofficially in 32nd place, which will keep him in check range. Going to pay the top 36.
I find in the inspection of his,
And then set the hook here going that way instead of out, you know. I pulled him right into that tree.
Over to one of our most dangerous anglers on the MPFL, Nick Provanizak.
That was a decent fish.
Unofficially in 2nd place.
He's up to 17 pounds.
Another big one.
You know?
Yes!
That
That's a
was
4.
back to back.
Yeah. How you like that? Lose one and catch one. Big one. Yeah. Yeah, he's solid.
Nick, one of our Ohio anglers in the field, shallow water angler, made our top 10 at Eufaula. First event for the
I just
MPFL.
lost a big one, and then power pulled down, got it out, and pitched into like 5 feet to the left and got another big one, 4 pound plus. Get a call here now.
Wright Patman has got him, Dudley.
Yes, it does. If that's his culls, my gosh.
I think Nick might have a little north of 17 pounds.
Mm-hmm. Dang. Spotty, I wish we could be listening to Nick right now. It's
had shaky service all week, really.
It's light. Wherever he's been at has been shaky on him for sure. But
back over to Bob Burley, Alabama angler. Little trivia for you, Dudley. Who did Bob Burley room with on the FLW Tour? A former Angler of the Year, a Bassmaster Angler of the Year he roomed with for many years.
Bassmaster, so I'm going to have to say NFL Greg Hackney.
Scott Canterbury.
Ah, gotcha.
Should have made a bet on that one. Bob, a Coosa River angler from around the Birmingham area, so he likes this shallow water cover. Very comfortable flipping and pitching.
Very slow. He's a power polar.
Yes, look at our mud trail behind the boat.
Back over to Keith Carson, our leader.
That's crazy. Every time when I'm fishing, if I get a huge mud trail behind the boat like that and I'm shallow, man, that's when I catch them. I was doing the same thing at Eufaula. I was in like no water.
That's about as pure of a shallow water angler as you get when he says, when he kicks up mud, that's when he's catching them.
Yeah.
That scares some people.
He likes, when you say, I like to see a mud trail behind it, yeah, my man's a shallow water guru. Rightfully so. His partner in crime was the original John Cox of
Bassmaster FLW fame.
Mm-hmm.
The one, but not only John Cox.
That's right.
Because we have our own John Cox here, the National Professional Fishing League, who,
well,
in
guys,
my opinion, is
I'm
the
running
original.
Down the bank here
because he's the
picking
oldest.
it apart anywhere I can get a
Original,
bite.
I reckon.
I just missed one.
First come, first
And just
serve.
caught it
Yes.
short.
In the name game, it's first come, first serve, baby.
Yes, I'm just looking for those little areas that I'm hoping other guys are overlooking. Oh man, dang.
Think about
yes,
Kevin Van Dam and Kevin Van
I'm
Dam.
just kind of looking for areas where I'm hoping that maybe other guys are overlooking, trying to reach
Kevin
fish
Van
that haven't
Dam
been
of the
fished for
karate
yet.
chop.
And I think that's what I'm going to continue doing.
I think is that Jean-Claude or Kevin?
I think it's Kevin, isn't it?
There's another Kevin?
Yeah.
Get rid of those 2-3 pounders.
It is.
I got like 3 5s and then 2 that are 2.5.
I know a guy named David Dudley from home, but I won't tell you what he's into. Can't say that on MPFL
But
Live.
I'm going to call them dinks because I don't want them.
Because Dudley, if I told you the story about the David Dudley, I know we might lose sponsors, and we need those sponsors to bring these folks, these awesome anglers, out on MPFL Live. We're going to take a look at those right now, and we will be back with more action from Wright Patman, the National Professional Fishing League, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I've found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
Welcome back to Wright Patman beautiful Texarkana, Texas. A look at Nick Provanizak. Unofficially right now has 19 pounds, sitting in second place and is trying to run down Keith Carson, unofficially sitting with 42 pounds for 2 days. So Nick is definitely hanging around, trying to give us a show going into Showdown Saturday. And make this thing interesting. Nick, of course, top 10 Eufaula, and at the end of the year, Dudley, the top 25 in our Progressive Angler of the Year standings are going to go to our championship. Of course, we'll name an Angler of the Year, and man, Nick's going to be right there.
I'm still amazed we have not seen a spinning rod for 2 days.
Really? Yeah,
that hurts my feelings, Luke.
Will we see it on day 3 though?
No.
Because multi-day tournaments, sometimes you got to break out the spinning rod.
My heart is crushed. I mean, crushed.
Does it? Oh my God.
From Nick over to the man he's trying to run down, Keith
Biggin.
Carson.
Biggin. Stay on, baby. Stay on. Stay on. Oh, stay on. Oh, souped up.
A familiar sight with Keith right here.
Good gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that one's probably not quite 5, but it's over 4, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Look at that, guys. It's not a super giant, but that's over 4 or 4-ish. Oh yes. Okay, so I think, all right, we're gonna drop him in.
Keith digging in the small side of his live well, which
right,
most of our anglers would kill for right now.
Oh my gosh. No.
Yeah, I just got to call this 4-pounder, Dudley.
Crap. They're pretty dang close.
Did you hear the boat come by and see him go down behind the console? Sneaky. If this is what we're calling right now with Keith, I am going to say we're
okay, the
in
one
that
I thought was
22-pound mark maybe right now.
Yeah, so here we go. 3's bigger. So since number 3's the bigger one here, like this, but he's bigger, so we're going to go ahead and take him off. He goes back. That one's, no, he goes in the, and then this one goes back. And this one's going back. So, top. And when
Again,
I like to put the one I'm keeping in
I'm just throwing a chatterbait at his motor right now, Dudley.
You know,
just
in
following
case
Keith around catching his
something
coals.
dumb ever happened and they jumped out. You know, I don't know. All right, so, wow, one more big one. Let's go ahead and update the app. We're gonna.
Yeah, Keith.
So I'm gonna say that one was 4 pounds even.
Before Luke Dunkett gives you another
That's
butt
right.
chewing.
Nobody wants me talking at the meeting again next time Harris Chase.
All right, so it says I'm around 21 pounds. So, all right, good deal. One more.
What a 2-day stretch for Keith Carson right now. Unofficially 46 pounds, 12 ounces. Of course, everything's unofficial until they bring him to Texarkana to the drive-through weigh-in. Big Al McCullough is going to put him on the scales and most likely scream and yell about it until he's hoarse again.
I mean, I still can't say it's a Keith Carson runaway.
Absolutely not.
I can't.
Lake's too good, man, and they're catching him below him.
I can't. Yes, does it look like? I mean, and here's the thing.
Here's
saying
the man trying to run him down.
I'm saying only basically a 4.5 pound lead, and I can get away with saying that in Texas. I can.
No doubt.
I can get away with saying 4.5 pound, only a 4.5 pound lead in Texas, and we're watching Nick, who's sitting here in second place, and Keith. You're doing well, but you got some boys knocking on your back door here.
Of course, Nick with 23 pounds yesterday, Dudley, estimated at 19 right now, and I think he's got more than that again.
there's so much talk about the 9 and 10 pounders that live in this lake. Let's throw a curveball a little bit. Let's look at Jesse Millsaps, who's sitting in third. He's got 39 pounds, 4 ounces. You call a 3.5 and add a 9 in, he's in the lead, right?
Absolutely.
It's not like that's what's so the state, and I could not say that if we wasn't in the state of Texas.
Very few places you can say that. While we were watching Keith, Nick threw a shot across the board. We're going to check out a replay of that right now, Dudley. Nick Provanizak,
Little.
He loves that shallow water cover. I don't think that's going to help.
No, not when he's sitting on 19 pounds. I don't even think he's going to walk back. That's what I thought.
How many of our anglers would kill for that right now, though, Dudley?
Yeah.
So many, because not a ton of limits so far. More and more starting to show up as the day goes on, but a lot of our anglers are now starting to put it together.
John Sukup has now have a limit, and he's sitting in 16th. Pretty good push from Joe Willard.
Jay Willie.
Mm-hmm.
Climbing the board.
He's up to 14 pounds today.
This close combat fishing, Dudley.
This technique is what you call jigger poling.
Jigger poling, huh?
It was done in the 1920s, and he's bringing it back in style right now. Jigger poling.
Or getting his lure. Oh, no. Nick is a not like you and I. He is a quiet guy, not like Dudley and I. Nick, man, a few words, but knows what he is doing on the water. We saw that at Eufaula. Sight fishing, flipping, frogging, that's Nick's wheelhouse. And Nick, when we were down at Eufaula, and he was way up there in the standings after the first day, I got a text from Mark Zona that said,
no fish there.
I'll tell you something about Nick. He has taken mine and Kevin Van Dam's money a lot over the years up north, and it is no surprise to anyone that he is sitting in the top 5. Back over to Brandon Perkins. Tennessee boy, Pickwick Lake angler.
It's interesting how we laid mention to Wheeler. We laid mention Lake Wheeler, excuse me, and then Pickwick Lake. And yet we got 2 in the top 10. Do you feel that this is giving them, it's because of their experience, something similar to this lake?
Absolutely, man. Brandon fishes Kentucky Lake a lot. Kentucky Lake, obviously, known for its bushes. Kentucky and Barkley this time of year. Pickwick's the same way. Wheeler. But, yeah, these Tennessee River guys, this looks familiar to them, to say the least.
If I can make a good throw.
But Brandon's a guy, he catches them all over the country. You know, caught him at Eufaula. Lots of tournament experience, just a really good angler.
Now, is that a white jig or a white, like, crawl or something?
It looked like a crawl to me earlier instead of just a white swim jig. Like a white Z-crawl. You see Andy Morgan do that a lot. Just Texas rigging a white Z-crawl, pitching around, swimming it around. He's not letting it any moss grow on that thing, though. That's for sure. Keeping it moving.
Not letting any moss grow on it.
Looking to Bob Burley. Alabama angler. Hooked up. No audio on Bob. And I know Bob well, and I'm sure he is talking. Good fish for Bob Burley right there.
I think that's number 3 for him. You know, he had 19.4 yesterday. And on the app, that is fish number 3. He's still got, of course, still got a lot of room to grow. There's actually
and a lot of time as well.
A lot of time and a lot of room to grow. I still see, we talked about having, the thoughts of will 3 be fast movers or will, I'm beginning to think the power pole boys are the majority.
Third place angler coming in today, Mark Schilling. Spinner baiting, the bling bling, as Dudley says.
I don't think he has a problem seeing that skirt.
Coming to you.
No.
Another short one. Another short one. 13.
Mark having a lot tougher day today. So
I need that one's mom's mom.
Mama's mamas.
That'd be grandma.
It's funny, the little guys they're easy to hook.
Go from
it's the big
Mark
ones I keep losing
Schilling,
today.
and as we enter this 11 o'clock hour, Dudley, let's take a look back.
Oil on it.
Some of the action from Wright Patman.
Don't get it.
Thanks to the folks at Progressive
They're a little smarter
Insurance.
today than they were yesterday.
A little highlight package, and it has been an awesome morning so far. Lots of fishing time left here at the National Professional Fishing League.
I'm gonna give a shout out to my buddy Scott Cox,
Patman.
who's watching the property for me while I'm gone.
Here in the city of Texarkana, where you can stand on one street and be in Arkansas and Texas at the same time. Have you done that yet, Dudley?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, you should try it. Feels great.
Don't rush the cast. Get too excited.
2 folks fishing right there. A little local in on his area.
Here's a bob.
Get in here. Yeah, 15 and a half.
All day long.
No doubt. Mark Schilling, 3rd place coming into today. Top 10 down at Lake Eufaula at our
Little guy.
MPFL event.
Not even a keeper guy.
Look how deep he was with a spinnerbait in that bush.
Bob Burley. 19 pounds yesterday. Started the day in 10th place. Having a little hissy fit, that's okay. Sometimes you got to get it out.
Got to.
Nick Ravanazak right here, hanging with Keith Carson. They've been trading 4-pounders all morning.
Another big one.
Will be interesting headed into Showdown Saturday to see what these two can do. Nick's been out of cell coverage.
That's a 4.
The better part of 2 days. One of the infamous Wright Patman locals right there that our cameraman is trying to stay away from, I can promise you.
Well, look at there.
Lawrenceburg, Tennessee boy. Chad Aaron representing the hometown by saying the heck with it, throwing his rod in the water. Day one
came
leader,
off.
Keith.
Dang it.
Carson.
Here she is.
Unofficially.
Stay on, babe.
At the top of our leaderboard again today.
Yes. Oh, did you see it come out of the water when I set the hook?
Right
They're in like nothing.
There we go. I don't feel it.
And here is David's Donnie. Right here, Donnie O'Neill. The rattle in the soft plastic. Interesting technique. Fishing the same area.
Boom, baby.
Dudley and I
We got 5.
arguing over that for a couple days. We'll guys that are sitting still prevail.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yes.
Chad Aaron.
Woo! Man, she's not getting it. They're not.
Can't lose them.
Back to live fishing. The NPFL at Wright Patman, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Flat out.
There's got to be one right there.
Back over to Mark Schilling.
Come on, baby.
It's a little guy, but it'll keep. Everyone counts.
Third place angler coming into today.
Oh man, it's been a struggle to get one of these guys today. Number 3. Got here because of the Mercury, the new Mercury 4-stroke. That's 3, right? Yeah, 1 came off.
Again, we keep talking about that fall in water, and definitely
Had to switch it
he
up.
just caught another fish out on that point.
Had to give a shout out to my
fish
buddy
are-
Shane Morit,
We talked about the
Southwestern Parts and Reel. He hooks me up with all my chatterbaits when no one else has them. He's always got them.
Little shout out to Shane on the chatterbait hookup from Mark
Maybe there's a
Schilling
big
right
girl
there.
back in there.
The bling, Dudley.
the bling is
A little wide there.
prevailing. Can he get a follow-up?
Unofficially right now, we got Mark in 36th place. Of course, we will pay 36 anglers here at Wright Patman. We're all fighting for that spot. One of our anglers fighting to get back in that top 10. Chad Aaron, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
Man, he's got his hook sets down today.
Just the timing, man. And talking to him at the weigh-in yesterday, he said that was so important because he said he lost a 20-pound
So
limit.
nervous about
before
losing
he
them.
caught the 19 pounds he caught.
I don't know that he'll keep, but I think he will.
Yeah, he looks good enough.
Chad Aaron.
Is that going to be number? Where is
One
that?
thing about it, when I'm sticking them, look at there, he's got a sore on him.
Those Keith
That-
Carson
Last one had a sore and the tails tore up. They've been,
That's going to be number 5, but not.
oh yeah, he's
the
way over
number
14.
5. I would,
Well, see, he hasn't updated Way Live either, I think.
okay.
This may be number
5 anyway.
No, this
What? You stay in there.
I mean, that's definitely going to bump him up.
Stay in there.
right now.
Texting, taking a leak,
24th place.
and holding your phone over the side of the boat. Luckily, it's a cheap phone, $250 or whatever.
We still have no communication.
Back over to Donnie O'Neill. David's Donnie.
With a familiar
little
point of trees.
We've tried to call you multiple times. This will be the last time.
This is the last
Promise?
time we're calling about you.
About your vehicle's warranty.
Sure,
I think Donnie may be getting some spam calls out there, Dudley, about his automobile's
Oh,
warranty.
yeah, warranty. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Those spam calls all the time.
Then your pal at the local prize club is going to call me with a free trip to.
Yep.
Just look how he's combing that apart. He's got so much confidence and believes that there's one there. You know, we've seen it with him yesterday, and we're going to see it with him right now. You know, to me, if there's a fish there, in my mind, you know, he's going to bite whatever comes by. But he is definitely hitting every square inch of that tree, believing that he is set up in that tree somewhere.
No doubt about it. Donnie has not updated his weigh live out because we have seen him with a limit. Unofficially on the board, he's at 28th, but I think he's going to be a lot higher than that.
Hey, there it is. Hung right
Probably up around 20th place.
Oh.
And that one familiar willow tree right there on the end of that point. And he's made it go for 2 days. There's no doubt about it. 2 consecutive limits. But just absolutely picking that cover apart.
Unbelievable. I think this is why I'm a live addict. If he catches one right here, I don't know what I'm going to think. Unbelievable.
Just patience, patience, patience. And that takes a lot of confidence. But then, you know, my mind keeps going back to the guy that is really just lapping most of the field other than Nick Provanizak, and that's Keith Carson, and he is new water, new water, new water, new water. So, you know, which will prevail right now? That new water pattern.
See, what's bad is we were here
moving
yesterday,
around
right?
a lot.
There's a catfish still on that line yesterday, and I guarantee they didn't come check it yesterday. If you're going to put lines out, you need to check them
Definitely
every day.
Keith Carson putting on a
That's right,
show.
still on there, absolutely. You need
Is there a law you need to check it every?
No, there's not a law, but it should be an unwritten law. How should I say that? There's a lot of times, and
I think it is a
them and
law.
leave them all out here.
Truly.
On a limb line?
On a limb line or any hook and line that you are in placement of, I think I can't imagine it not being. You know, living at the coast, I would pull crab pots every day, and we had to pull them every day, and they would come in and put a certain item in your pot to see if you had done that.
Deadliest catch Dudley. I like that.
I have pulled many a pots. For 9 years, I pulled crab pots.
Back over to second place, angler Nick Provanizak.
I wonder if we could get word to his cameraman so we could get a little bit more insight and ask him if he is fishing new water or, I mean, that's
the same area.
The same area.
Absolutely.
Because we see what Keith has done. He's been to new areas and he's knocking 20. Nick, it would strengthen what you should do, right? We've seen, you know, Lade mentioned to some of them going back around, but I would love to get his insight and ask him, are you repeating the same water as yesterday, or are you hitting new water?
It's about the first area I've been to where I had bites in practice and I didn't get a bite. And I had three bites, I think, on this stretch. I mean, we did catch that dink up there, but still, like, usually they've been pretty consistent. Kind of surprised.
Nick talking about circling through some water that he hit in practice and didn't get a bite, and so.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that he hit it yesterday.
Absolutely.
Right, and
so he may be running some new water today from where he weighed the 23 pounds yesterday.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say when somebody says they're running new water, to be clear, more clarity on that. This is new water to him in the tournament days, but not necessarily new water. So a lot of times you will do that. Now, if you get something strong, now I want y'all to understand this. When you get something strong going during the tournament, there is times, whatever, let's just describe this, play it out. Okay, 2/3 back of the way in creek, you ended up fishing yesterday and you realized, whoa, nothing that I did in practice in the back is paying off. 2/3 back of the way the creek is where they're at. I'm just making this up. And yes, you look at the map the night of the first tournament and you're like, you're Google Earth in there, whatever, and you're like, I need to go here, 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 even though you hadn't been there. But if things are fairly consistent, you can still run new water that you had looked at, but new water for tournament water. So we always talk about making decisions. When do you move? When do you stay? That's like one of the most, and still in life, you cannot teach instinct. You can't do it. I don't care how good of a coach you have. You cannot teach that basketball player how to go in and do a fadeaway shot and spin back around.
Well, I thought that was
it's unteachable.
Tennessee boy Brandon Perkins.
Might even keep though after I call for biggin.
Pure white crawl, no skirt, Luke.
Just swimming.
No skirt.
Crawl.
He's going with the male version. Ain't putting a skirt on him. I reckon he wants to.
They called him a male right there. Oh. I don't know what that says, but
little punk.
Brandon Perkins having to catch that bass twice. Harder to catch the second time.
Tag from up under you on him. Is he gonna be the first one to go? Hopefully.
Brandon unofficially 24th place right now on our Way Live unofficial leaderboard, which you can find at tnpfl.com. Shows the estimated biggest bass for each angler. Of course, the big bass at this event will win the Big Bite Challenge, Big Bass money. And yesterday on stage, John Cox got the big check, a little shy of $5,000 for one bass at Lake Eufaula. Right now we are at a 6-pound, 13-ounce bass, but I feel like between now and Showdown Saturday, that is going to change at Wright Patman. Dudley, let's take a quick break. I know you're getting hungry again. We need to throw it to our sponsors that make all of this possible here. The National Professional Fishing League live from Wright Patman.
In the water?
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
That down.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started and quit and started.
And then
now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco.
There it is.
It's actually called TFN. It's tobacco free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. Fullyloadedchew.com. Check it out.
Welcome back to Wright Patman, where all our 104 MPFL anglers fighting for a fully loaded live well today. And the guys at the top, Keith Carson and Nick Ravanizak, been putting on a show so far this morning.
Coming up on my spot.
Mark Schilling, Texas angler who started the day in 3rd place behind Keith and Nick. Scratching and clawing his way, trying to fight back into that top 10. Mark currently in 15th place unofficially, throwing that spinnerbait, sticking with it.
There's got to be one sitting right there, Luke.
Looks like another point though, Dudley, like we've been saying.
It is definitely, he is in a high percentage. It's almost getting predictable, Luke. You know, not real predictable, but
for us sitting here armchair quarterbacking.
Right. When we see 10 people fishing on screen, that, you know, we got a lot more advantage of the people just seeing what's coming through the feed, but pretty predictable on where they should get bit at. Man, he should be right there.
And you can tell he believes that too, Mark. Mark made a huge charge on Showdown Saturday down at Lake Eufaula.
Wow.
To end up in our top 10 there.
Wow. That was a fish.
Looking to continue that roll here. Wind picking up a little bit, Dudley. You can hear it through the microphone there. See it starting to roll into some of these areas. But we said 11 o'clock that we would see that weather, and really, we're not there yet.
Stinking bipolar weather.
There's, you know, I had a few messages last night on the gram, as the kids say. We were talking about weather, and a few folks reached out that said this area is notorious for these big fronts. When they get here, for whatever reason, they split around Texarkana. There's something here that makes these big weather systems actually split.
I can go with that. Like where I live, we have what we call the Blue Ridge Mountains, and I live in a town called Lynchburg, Virginia. And whoever messaged you, I will agree with that. It'll be a tight cell, right? A storm cell. And it's almost like the Red Sea. It'll split and go. It's almost like the mountains split it up. I don't know if the down pressure comes up, pushes back up, and actually splits the cell apart. But I don't see that many mountains down here in Texas where we're at to verify that. But yes, I have seen the trend of that.
Might be all these big bass and Wright Patman just
blowing air up,
pushing it away.
And it could,
There's something to it.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But I had several people reach out, and they're like, do not cancel the day. The weather's not going to get bad. It'll split and go right around Wright Patman. Texas weather is a lot like the weather where I'm from in April. You have, if you don't like it, you can,
like last
absolutely
year,
just count on it to change.
Absolutely. We all know weather is bipolar, and we can't really pinpoint everything about it. But last year, a farmer that was 5 miles away got 3 cuttings of grass and of hay, and a farmer this side of the 5 mile mark, he only got 1 cutting, and it split that many times, and his pastures got watered all year long, and the one farmer didn't. So 5 miles away, 3 cuttings of hay. So I agree.
Well, we might be dodging the weather a little bit. Now they're predicting, later on this afternoon, 3, 4 o'clock, we might see most of those thunderstorms come in.
And I think most anglers will be not minding that.
And Dudley, looking forward at the weather here, predicting over an inch of rain tonight.
Ooh.
Throughout the night, southeast winds 10 to 15.
1 to 2 inches of rain.
Could shake things up.
No, ain't no could. No, ain't no could about that. That is going to shake her up, right? You ain't getting 2 inches of rain in a flat state like this and it not affect something, right? It's going to affect it. Good. Now it could affect it more. Those females that are sitting just right outside the bed are not going to feel as comfortable and move tighter to the cover. There's no doubt that Keith Carr. Oh, my man just did the back shuffle.
Texas two-stepping right there on
He
the front
did
deck.
the Texas two-stepping right there. He did the back step. He was getting ready to crack him. The other angler that does that back step very well is Greg Hackney. He does the two-step back step very well. When you see Greg Hackney do the two-step, that's a Texas angler.
Greg, of course, fishing another tournament for himself today. Probably not watching our coverage, but we hope. Big shout out to Greg Hackney. Mark Schilling sticking with that same point.
Luke, I'm going to ask you a question. Every time I get that, you guys can't see in the studio, Luke is like, oh, crap.
I get tense because I just feel like I'm in trouble.
Luke is like, oh, crap. Do you feel that dark clouds versus white clouds make a difference? Because you can see right now this is very cloudy, but we got a white cloud.
So I think it makes a difference in my overall mood. Yes, I would say.
Yes.
Dudley,
dark clouds versus a whiter cloud background.
Yeah, I think it does make a difference in your presentation and what you need to go with most of the time.
Would you go with a white buzzbait or a black buzzbait is what I'm getting at for a white cloud versus a dark cloud?
I think I'm going black on that dark day.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Would you?
Did I pick the right answer?
You did.
Okay, good.
That's what I
passed Double D's Academy of Bass Fishing right here on MPFL Live.
The darker the day, the darker the baits. The lighter the day, the wider the baits.
Double D Bass Fishing Academy, very popular online, and it's free. It's free thanks to our fine sponsors like Progressive, Fully Loaded, Omega. Seen some of those Omega spinnerbaits getting slung around here this week. The shell cracker color, which taught Dudley a lesson.
Mm-hmm.
Even the professor of the Double D Bass Fishing Academy learned something on MPFL Live.
Which I'm sure you could get some Omegas at Fisherman Central.
Absolutely.
Fisherman Central with one of the largest tackle stores in store that I've ever been in. You getting tired?
Mark with a miss right there. Immediately on the power poles.
You could almost see where that bite came from, and just I gotta assume that was a spawner.
Right against the tree, like Keith Carson described this morning.
A little bit even more descriptive against the root ball of that tree.
Mark Schilling, of course, who started the day in third place in our top 10, but we've had some shakeups. We're going to take a look now at our unofficial top 10 leaderboard, courtesy of the Weigh Live app, where the guys are actually estimating their weights and entering those. And got a beautiful mural, Texarkana, Texas. We're so proud to be here. They've rolled out the red carpet for the MPFL and all of our MPFL pros. Keith Carson sitting on top once again. Not turning loose of it yet, Dudley, not at all. But Nick Pravanizak doing his best to run him down. A big mover into the top 10 today unofficially. Jesse Millsaps from Georgia, a little over 20 pounds estimated with a 6-pound big bass. Josh Ray from Arkansas, who started the day in fourth place, is currently there again thanks to a 17-pound limit. Chris Heath, a newcomer into the top 10 with a 15-pound limit. Robbie Frazier, also a newcomer today, unofficially in the top 10. Doug Chapin, still hanging around, has 5 fish for 11 pounds. Luis Fernandez, the Bass Warrior from California, in our top 10 unofficially right now. And rounding it out, Derek Blake from Tennessee and Eddie Carper with a 15-pound limit. Just catching them today, Dudley.
They are very consistent bags up at the top. We talked about that yesterday. We're going to talk about it again. Yes, you can separate yourself with a single big bag, but the cream of the crop is going to come to the top. We got a 3-day format in this league, and there's not an elimination. Typically in tournament trails, you're going to have a 2-day. Looking at this leaderboard, the consistency of anglers, we look at Derek Blake, who's got 15.6 and a 16-pound bag. You got Chris Heath, who's got a 19. He's already at 15. The consistent boys are moving and creeping their way to the top. And, yes, the cream of the crop will always come to the top, especially in bass fishing on day 3. Still at day 2, you can have some carryover weights that normally happen, but that's what's so unique about NPFL. They're like, no, all of y'all are going to give a chance to either climb, right, or you might fall out.
That's right. Day 3.
you might fall Saturday. Out of the. To me, I want as many opportunities as I can. Say I had a bad misfortune the first couple days, and that day 3 is going to get me back into the big check range. So, yep, this top 10 is playing out just like I had figured it would. 3-day format, they're going to come to the top.
So we saw 50th place yesterday, Dudley, 15 pounds. So one would say, a lot of weights double in tournaments, but it's looking like so far unofficially now we've got a lot of fishing time left, but that top 10 is just a little over 15 pounds a day, 16 pound a day average at 32 pounds. So overall, not as much catching, going on quality-wise. So we got Nick Pravanizak. Looks like he just missed one right there. Isolated little clump of bushes.
So 36th place, the last I think it was the cut line was 16.5 pounds. We are now sitting at 25.11. So it has only went up 9 pounds so far today. But we're only at the half point.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. We're only
I'm pretty
at
sure
the
that
half
was a
point.
bite.
So if it's 9 pounds by halfway point, I mean, you're getting close to it. There's so many quality fish.
I don't know how big it was, though.
Again,
Might have
looking
been
at Nick
small.
on a point, I can't keep saying it, guys. Every fish tells a story. Every bite tells a story.
Because you can't tell with all them limbs. You don't know if you push it up against a limb or if it was a fish.
Talking about this leaderboard, though, a guy that rocketed from
it could have been big.
outside of our top 10 to third place unofficially so far. One of our favorites going into Lake Eufaula, Jesse Millsaps, and we've got a fat cat cam boat to boat shot right now. Jesse Millsaps from Georgia, comes from a fishing family, to say the least.
Okay. White skirted something. Now, whether it's a bladed jig or a swim jig or a Duncan jig, I don't know, but it is definitely at the moment. And just seeing him throw one lure doesn't mean that's how he's catching them all day, right? We got to get real. But
yeah, we're getting a glimpse at his day right here, not the full thing, but certainly a moving bait.
Spin the nose out. Spin the bow out to the right a little bit.
Dudley, I think it's time for a little bass tank breakdown. Talk about what you're seeing with Jesse here. To me, not a lot of it's not the buck bushes that we've been seeing typically, right? Like, it looks like a lot more horizontal cover. Talk about that. Moving baits. He's staying on the outside, not flipping.
Yeah, we've been seeing this all week. You got some areas that we've seen some of the top 10 fishing up. You can actually see a bank line behind them. Most of those guys are using a flipping technique where it's actually banked up. But a lot of these guys, when they get in an area and they don't really know where their next bite's coming from, there's so much cover around. You're seeing them use everything from spinner baits to white jigs, as you see Jesse doing here. But it's the game of what fish are you fishing for? What lures are you going to use to catch the stage of fish? The flippers, I'm saying the flippers are only targeting one fish. That is a spawner. When you're using retrieve baits, you are kind of maybe in a way going for the spawners some, but it's mainly the ones that are done, the fry garters, the females that are just sitting out. They're not actually spawning. They're not dropping their eggs. They're sitting up there waiting, and they're getting the reaction bites. And that's what I'm talking about. You got to know different stages of the fish and what stage of fish is the majority of this lake doing. When I asked the question, Luke, what will prevail? The guys who are moving fast casting, or the guys that are power pulling down, hitting every nook and cranny with a flipping stick? Basically, at the end of this tournament, we're going to know what stage most of these bass are in just by the results that we see. And it's hard to tell right now. It's pretty much almost a dead heat, right? A dead heat. But as far as lure choice, I still say before tomorrow, and I'm just amazed we have not seen any frog action. Amazed that nobody has – that I know of, has any of the top 10 that we've covered, nobody has taken a frog and tried to catch some of these fish. Now, I will say this, and I think you know, Luke, that when a frog is a heavy cover bait, but it's also hard to cast a frog through 6,000 limbs and get,
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? You can skip it some, but the frog is such a light lure. It's not a heavy lure. It won't travel as fast or as far back in that stuff as you can get. And I think the frog, when you're fishing this much cover, a frog won't be necessarily your best. But for big bites, I mean, it's hard to believe that if you drag that thing over a big girl's head, she's going to turn around and slurp that thing right on in.
Absolutely, Dudley. Every single time. But no frog action so far, and a lot of guys with this. Jesse appears to be throwing a white swim jig more than a vibrating jig, skipping it around. And like you said, you can actually get that thing through the limbs, bring it over the limbs, and that frog's not as effective.
When a swim jig is almost a player of two things. We're coming up on a shad spawn, right? We're coming up on a shad spawn to where they could it's like twofold. We know white plays a strong player in bedding bass, and we know white plays a player anytime they're feeding on shad. So to have a choice of white for maybe a spawner and a post spawner, white is going to be a great choice. But even with the spinnerbait, though, it's still amazing that the choice of shell cracker spinnerbaits. We've seen that a couple of the top 10 are throwing bluegill colored spinnerbaits. I will be digging spinnerbaits out at the next event.
Be taking some swim jig skirts off and putting on spinnerbaits?
Absolutely. Just to give it a whirl.
Some of those shell cracker Omega spinnerbaits. Jesse Millsap's unofficially third place right now. Trying to chase down Nick Provanizak and, of course, our leader, Keith Carson from Florida, who came out of the gate yesterday 25 pounds and is right back after it today.
What do you think of not having a spot lock trolling motor on your boat? You know the other guy that does it? Brian Thrift.
And John Cox.
They do not have a spot lock trolling motor.
And the shallow water shallow water guys, primarily it's all they do. And they run a non-spot locking trolling motor. I think it's noise.
I think there's something. I've asked Brian Thrift that a few times. Why do you run a non-spot locking trolling motor? And he always avoids the question. I think there's something to it.
There's something to it.
I don't know. Interesting. A lot of the shots of Keith have been on, within 10 yards of the bank. You know what I mean? Like you can see the bank actually itself.
The hard bank line. A lot of these clay banks a lot of times seems like.
Uh-huh. And
do you think the reason he's been so successful, though, is this doesn't look as attractive as some of those big bush lines that we've seen, those tree lines, those points. He's fishing, seems to me, over the last 2 days of watching him, more isolated cover in what I would call ugly areas. They're not as attractive to other anglers.
They're just kind of biting lousy.
Keith did most of his damage yesterday before lunch.
Yeah.
Same again today. And that was not the case with the majority of our field that I talked to at the drive-through weigh-in. When we went off the air at 2 p.m., Roman candles started going off for a lot of guys, and that leaderboard changed dramatically.
I just lost a fish that was swimming out to open water. I'm going through a lull right now. I can't get anything going. So I just need one more big one, and then I'm going to go practicing. And let's see what we can do. Maybe we'll get one right here.
He's standing on the trolling motor.
Yeah. He knows the shots that are worth it. He's hitting them first shot every time. Is that a frog?
Uh-oh,
Luke,
Dudley.
is that a frog?
Finally.
We got white clouds, and he chose a white frog.
Grow.
Come on.
Brandon Perkins Right there with a finally with a frogfish.
That's 2 orders of
So
fried
not a
green
huge
tomatoes.
coal,
I
but
know.
decent little coal.
Brandon started the day in our top 10. Slipped a little bit, not catching the size that we saw him with yesterday. Unofficially, before that fish, had him in 28th place.
Yeah, I thought it was bigger than that. I'll take it.
Yeah. Definitely going to move Brandon up with that coal. He had his limit before that, unofficially and way live at 8 pounds 11 ounces. So that's significantly going to go up. Back over to Donnie O'Neill. We're going to take a look at Donnie O'Neill here as we go into break. Got to pay the bills, and we will be back from Wright Patman in Texarkana, Texas with more National Professional Fishing League Live.
Hey there, folks. What's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Texarkana here at the Runnin' WJ Ranch with my girl Brittany. Brittany's going to give you the down low and tell you how special this place is and why it's so special.
So we are so thankful that y'all are here this morning. This morning the guys from the NPFL are walking with our kids. And what we do here is we offer therapeutic horseback riding for special needs kids and adults in our community. We have 40 to 50 kids this year because of COVID, but we're so thankful for the ones that we have. We actually did a fishing game this morning, so we've been fishing this morning just to kind of tag along with y'all, and they've had a blast so far. So.
The smiles, the giggles,
Yes.
Oh, it's been awesome.
So, and we're, like I said, we're so thankful y'all are here.
Appreciate what you guys do for everybody.
Thank
and you guys also help with veterans as well here,
Yes,
too, right?
we just started that. The house up the road houses a couple veterans, and they're working their way back into society and the community, and then they're grooming our horses and working their way up to volunteer in the class. So it's exciting. It's fun.
A very special place. Like when I came in, you just feel the energy. Like I got chills now. It's a very special place, full of special people. So if you guys are in the area, or if you're looking for an organization to support that really means something, this is the place.
Yes.
So guys, appreciate you guys tuning in. Fat Cat, Brittany, NPFL stop number 2, Wright Patman Lake, here in Texarkana, Texas.
2 red ones.
Try another one. Here we go.
2 red ones.
Here we go.
A red fish. Okay. How about you? Right here.
Oh, there you go.
Nice. Oh, now down. Right. Do blue? Oh my goodness. Now spin around. Spin, spin, spin. What? Cool. Alright, Colt. Keep Joey's nose out of the buckets. Alright, Colt, you're gonna fish. See what you can find. Oh, you got one!
Right. The green ones are hard to catch.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the NPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
And we're back live. Wright Patman getting a look at Mark Schilling here. Started the day in third place.
Little guy. Come on, baby.
Hooked up on a
There's a
small
little
guy right there. Austin.
Wasn't gonna help the cause. He came up and ate it at the top. Well, shucks. We need that to be a 7-pounder. Get back in this game. Just a couple bites away from the big one. Man, there should be one in there. All right, if you want to get ready, we're making a run. 10-minute run, 12-minute run.
Yup.
I'll tell you what, I'll go to the bathroom. That'll give you a chance to do your camera stuff. Work out perfect. Yep, let's do it.
Mark Schilling getting ready to make a move. We're going to make one with him over to the Fat Cat Cam, Jesse Millsaps, who's made a huge charge today. Started the day with a little over 18 pounds. Was outside of our top 10, but has unofficially registered 20 pounds today. Finds himself in third place on our unofficial leaderboard. Of course, everything completely unofficial until 3:30 p.m. when the drive-through weigh-in starts here. The Texarkana Convention Center. Jesse is so accurate. Casting at this shallow water cover, skipping that swim jig. And every time we've seen him so far with this bonus boat-to-boat coverage from the Fat Cat Cam, I'm going to guess this is probably what he's done his damage on, Dudley. He's really got a lot of confidence in it. You can tell just by watching.
Almost
it's his go-to.
Yeah, you can kind of look at his front deck. There, I don't even know if there's another rod up there.
Not a lot of rods.
He is definitely just covering water. And again, a choice of a white swim jig is very, highly respected during this time of year. White. So many attributes to white during the spawn, during the shad spawn, during this time of year.
Got word from our man Fat Cat that Jesse it is a white swim jig, but it has an orange belly on it, and he's throwing a white Berkeley Chigger Crawl trailer on that as well.
Especially with that wind blowing too.
Half-ounce swim jig, and said all of his damage just came in on that this morning from the big cat right there. I want to see the big cat over in the boat with Jesse.
That would be good.
Of course, Jesse has a big bass of a little over 6 pounds registered on the Way Live app. 5 fish limit for 20 pounds. And the biggest bass of the week will take home that Big Bite Challenge Big Bass Award. All these guys are shooting for that because it comes with a hefty payday.
Oh,
thanks to the Big Bite Challenge.
Oh, Pug is having a tough day today after covering him yesterday. He wasn't bad on the numbers. He's still sitting on 2 with a lot of room to grow, but I mean, my boy is looking for an aggressive fish. Guys, you're seeing, when we say, in relatively talking, he's fishing pretty fast for a spawn time of the year, Like he's just like, if you're there, come get it. If not, I don't give a flying rip about you. You stay right there in that bush.
On.
Right,
yeah.
I'm moving on. He either take it or not take it, And, I mean, you're looking at it. Fishing is just so amazing. How when you think you've got something figured out and then you watch 10 cameras and you're like, I have to, in order to catch them, you had to fish real slow, let it sit and all this. And I'm like, since becoming a live addict, I'm like, no. If you could only see what we're seeing, You cannot be that I reckon that's a good way to put it, right, Luke? You cannot be that opinionated in fishing, right? Dogma, because you will get humble. You come in
That's right.
and say,
somebody will always prove you wrong about your beliefs.
Absolutely.
And it does come down to confidence, though. I think that's the biggest thing that I learned from live is that everybody's got confidence in different things, and that's what carries them to the top. Like we're seeing Jesse, we've seen him with a swim jig before, and as we're getting close, Dudley, to that 12 o'clock hour when those afternoon delights started yesterday. We're going to take a look back, some highlights from the morning, thanks to our fine partners at Progressive Insurance.
I'm going to keep track of flipping or moving baits in this highlight film. All right. What is going to be the score?
Well, first of all,
that's your cousin right there.
Yeah, exactly. Jake the Snake. Keith Carson, our leader.
Flipping bite.
Ooh, missed him. Dang it.
Big one.
Brandon Perkins.
Flipping.
Sea angler.
I thought that was a giant.
Seen flipping that white crawl.
Staple.
That was a frog bite right there. The lone frog bite we've got to see on live, and I really expect it coming into practice. There would be plenty of that.
Come on, baby.
Mark
It's a
Schilling.
little guy, but it'll keep.
Spinner bait.
Chatter. Yeah.
Actually chatterbait. Yeah, that's right.
Number 3.
Bladed jig.
Got it.
Nice.
Come on, baby. That's number 5. It's going to be close.
It's a flipper. And I know all he's done is flip.
Nick Zach, unofficially second place, and came into today on the official leaderboard in second place.
Consistent. Nick has been crazy consistent.
Trying to chase down Keith Carson, Bob Burley, Alabama angler in our top 10 today to start the morning. I'd like to thank the folks from Progressive for those highlights and being the presenting sponsor here at Wright Patman for the National Professional Fishing League. And Dudley, any surprises so far this morning for you?
Just watching the highlight film, we've been talking about it all morning. What is going to dominate this field, the moving baits or the flipping baits? Just in the highlight film, hey, it was 4-2. We saw 6 fish catches, 4 came flipping, 4 the other 2 came with moving baits. What is it actually going to prevail? Because we got the storms coming in, we got a lot of weather apps coming in, cells coming in. We saw our first frog bite. Come on, you got to give that. I cannot believe that frog or any style of topwater bait has not been a player, but I don't know. It's shaking down to be a puzzle that I think neither one of us can figure out right now.
And the only way we're going to figure out is at the drive-through weigh-in here, 3:30 p.m., Texarkana Convention Center, where all these guys are going to roll their rigs through, bring those big bass to Big Al, McCullough, and see what they weigh. But for me, the most interesting story of the day is Jesse Millsaps. I mean, Keith Carson's doing his thing, right? He's at the top of the heap, but Jesse had a solid day yesterday with 18-13, but he has rocketed into our top 5 unofficially with over 20 pounds on that moving bait. We've seen him swimming a jig very fast, and we've been fortunate enough to get a little boat-to-boat action with him, thanks to our buddy Fat Cat on the Fat Cat cam. But Jesse has, that's a big move. I'm looking at our unofficial leaderboard right now, though, and we've got David Gaston, another guy that hasn't been in our top 10 unofficially, finished second.
That creep in there.
And what is his number one thing that he likes to do?
He loves a swim jig.
There you go.
I mean, it is shaping up to be a retrieve bait, in my opinion. But here's the other interesting fact. We are in Texas, Luke. We've said it. They grow them big in Texas, right? Keith Carson, yes. Does he have a relatively 4-pound lead, 4 and a little change? One crack of that stick, dude. We're here in Texas. He could have a 2-pound, 5-ouncer, put an 8-pounder in there, and now the cushion that Keith had is just – and if we go all the way down, look at that. 30, basically 5th place is 36 pounds. you double up like Keith did yesterday, a 5.5 and a 7 on pretty much back-to-back flips. Hello, we got a 3-man race, 4-man race, 5-man race. So yes, it is exciting to watch these guys enter the second half of the of this derby. And yesterday, it got on like nothing that we saw as much as they did yesterday afternoon. I know I was shocked when you got to the weigh-in yesterday. We're like, well, on Score Tracker, he had 13 pounds, and he 18 pounds, 9 ounces, and we're like, what? So yes,
everything changed.
Yes, everything
when it became official.
Yep, the afternoon delight is about to happen, and I think we're going to see some absolute fireworks go off here this afternoon. I can't wait till we get footage of somebody catching those very common 8 to 10 pounders that I know swim in this lake.
No doubt about it, and I'm excited to see that weigh-in this afternoon. But we still have 2 more hours of live fishing to bring you guys before we get to that weigh-in. So let's get back out on the water live. Check out some more of this bush flipping, chatterbait and swim jigging, power fishing clinic that our MPFL live anglers are putting on for you guys today from Wright Patman, presented by Progressive Insurance. Another look at my hometown guy, Mr. Chad Aaron, doing what he absolutely loves to do, and that's pick apart shallow cover. From one of my hometown buddies to my homeboy, Fat Cat Newton. We're hearing we got a little Fat Cat on the water update. Throw it to the big cat.
All right, folks, here we are back on the water at Wright Patman in Texarkana, Texas, for National Professional Fishing League stop number 2 presented by Progressive. Right now we're at the mouth of Kelly's Creek. We've been running around. We came over to Kelly's Creek because we heard Jesse Millsap was over here. Jesse Millsap's been cold straight jacking him. Rolled up into a cove, talked to him a little bit in Kelly's Creek, and he let us know, this is not my spot. I'm just running around looking for fish tomorrow. I left my spots. Jesse's spots, he said, are on the main lake. He said, nobody's around me. Nobody's doing what I'm doing. He said, I've got a bunch of spots. He's keying in on certain small things on the main lake. Wouldn't elaborate. I tried to put him in a camel clutch, but he wouldn't tell me anything. So we got talking more. He only had 3 rods on the deck of his boat. What he's been doing, what he's been catching all of his fish on, is a 1/2 ounce white swim jig with a 4-inch white chigger craw. But that white swim jig has an orange belly on it. And what he's doing is he's taking that bad boy. Dude, if you want to see a dude skip, that man put on a cold straight clinic just skipping up under them bushes. And what he's doing with that thing, I asked him, I said, dude, it looked like he was fishing it like on the surface sometimes, but he's kind of like that. He said he likes doing it like that. And he said a lot of times when it hits the surface and when it goes back down, that's when he's getting his strikes. He's doing it like that. And when we were in that cove out here in the mouth, more wind. He said he likes that wind. Well, in that cove, there wasn't so much wind. So we saw him. He had 2 strikes, 2 blow-ups, or, something was going on. So what he said is, man, it's weird. They're just not out on the main lake. They're eating it. In here, he was saying that he needed that wind. So what he was doing, he started reeling fast. He said, because I'm going a little bit slower, he said, I think the fish are having a chance to actually look at it. So he started speeding up. He had 2 over here that he said were good ones, and he would follow up with a dark color little Texas rig. Didn't connect over here, but hey, man, he said, I'm really not trying to connect. I'm more or less locating them. He's going to come back here tomorrow, he said, and try to put those in that fully loaded live well of his. 21 pounds, I think, is what he's setting on now. He's just playing that game, final tomorrow, being conservative. Kelly's Creek seems like it's one of those spots, like we talked about the other day. It's one of the only spots, the only spot on Wright Patman that has docks, and it seems like this area may fish a little bit different. So we're going to do a little bit more running and gunning over here around the lake and see if we can't find somebody else. You guys are going to hear a story later on. I just got to talk with Rob Turkla, Lunkers TV. You guys at home don't know this yet. Old boy
I don't even know if I can say it yet. You guys tune in. Keep watching. And I'm sure Luke Duncan and David Dully are touch on it. If not, we're going to hear about it at the weigh-in today at 3:30. And make sure you guys tune in to tnpfl.com for all the stuff, the weigh-in later on. And make sure you tune in to the YouTube channel of the National Professional Fishing League for all the live coverage. Fat Cat Dude and On the Water, man, we're going to do some run and gun to see what's shaking. Back to you boys in the studio.
Thanks to the big cat, Fat Cat Newton, for that update. But he was teasing us with some Rob Turkle info. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm gonna text him real fast after we watch Brandon Perkins lay the wood to a Wright Patman bass.
That's a freaking big one right there.
Is that a frog bite again?
Little froggy action.
Is that?
That's like a dang 6. Dude.
Oh,
yeah, not big fish too.
Called that coming.
I don't know. It's a big one.
Yeah, that was a female sitting outside the bed.
Boom! Brandon Perkins.
Golly, that froggy frog. I just boat flipped 5 3/4. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I usually put my net over it.
I think he had a limit
feel
fairly
them.
early, but
So
with a
that
lot
one's
of
definitely better.
line burners. But we get
2.
Of course, all these anglers have to cull before they make a cast after they catch their 6 fish. Can't have 6 fish in the boat, or you'll get a call from Brad Fuller, the tournament director. Nobody wants that.
Ding dong right here. It's number 4. Let's see here, which one we need to get rid of. Let me get in here. Yes, no, you're totally fine.
Brandon's having a good time on live, getting the cull, using that TH Marine Conservation culling system.
I don't even know where he
the balance beam.
Like in space. Wasn't even on wood. What have I got here? We got my wife's hair.
You know what he just said, Luke? He goes, I don't even know where that fish ate it at. It was like in space. Cannot emphasize what I just said. That was a female sitting out in the middle of, and I say in the middle of nowhere, relatively speaking, around that bush. That was 100% female sitting outside the bed that he just caught. Not a male, not a, and you heard the confusion. Why in the world did I get bit out there? Because she was out there warming up her body, warming up her eggs, waiting to get to, it's like a woman being dilated at two. She was dilated out there waiting to go up there when she get dilated more, and that's what he caught.
I mean, shouldn't.
Oh, I'm going to get some comments on that one, too.
I'm totally confident I can get another bite today. All right. Let's see here.
Going to take a look back here. Got a little replay action. Donnie O'Neill, the hook set king from day one on MPFL Live. A little slower day for Donnie, but he does have 5.
Definitely
utilizing the rattle.
Yes. There is no doubt about that.
Sounds like a baby rattle every time we go to Donnie.
If you want to go. I don't think so, though.
Unofficially, Donnie O'Neill, 18th place.
Let's see here. Nope, I got 2 1.66s. Nope, gotta go.
Dudley, are you a fan of kissing bass? Like we saw right there. Do you Jimmy Houston your bass?
I have seen Jimmy kiss enough bass in his life. The last time I talked to him, I realized why I didn't. He got a little close, and I got a smell of his breath a little bit. And so I just
nobody wants bass breath.
No, I'm totally joking about that, but no, I've kissed a couple of them. I think I'm gonna kiss a 10-pounder if I ever catch a 10-pounder. So yes, 27 years on tour and have never caught a double-digit bass in my life. I might kiss that one,
especially if it's in a tournament.
Oh,
right, if it's in a tournament, then what'll happen?
I might slip up.
Get wild.
Extra kiss on a little bit of spice in that kiss.
You can hear those power poles up and down.
They're not biting. They're not getting the bait.
Getting another look here at our leader.
I don't know what it is.
Keith
It's like a change in the weather. I'm not sure what's going on. I missed like the last 5 fish that bit, and then the ones that I did catch were like the smallest fish I've ever seen in my life. I think they were like 8-inch bass. Oh, you know, I don't know. I'm still on the search. I got 4 good ones. I probably got somewhere in the low 20s. You know, which is, oh, he hit it again. I'm gonna flip the chatterbait in there. I'm still a lot of action, you know, still consistently getting bites. Probably had like at least 20 bites today. Let's see. Just, you know, going through that dead period. Kind of same thing happened yesterday. I had 4 good ones, tried to get the 5th good one, and it just didn't happen. I'm trying not to let that happen today. And if I can't pick something up here in the next 20 minutes or so, I'm gonna make some moves, and then I'm gonna go fish really fast. I want to fish really fast and try to force a bite, you know, and it's, you know, my catch ratio will go down. You try to force a bite, but right now, I mean, I feel like that's all I can do. So, you know, the meaning of that is I'll go throw a chatterbait and swim jig as fast as I can and just get a big one to come up for it and just hope I hook her.
Dudley, you heard it right there. Forcing a bite, but you're getting those aggressive fish to come up and swipe at a swim jig. Keith's saying he's going to go do that, but very similar to what the big cat told us Jesse Millsaps is doing.
Yeah, the great thing about Keith is he's the battles that are going in his head.
Just had another one.
You're hearing the battle in his head.
Look at that boil there.
And
it's the beauty of live, man.
Basically, he is fighting, should I flip or should I retrieve bait? You know, it's a true battle. We've all heard, you know, of course, we hear the voices inside our head all the time. He was speaking them out loud, of course. And the cool thing about it is we've watched him change hour by – we've seen him catch a few flipping, and then something said, hey, you know, throw a retrieve bait. He picks up a retrieve bait with a bladed jig and knocks down 2 5s. You know, that's when you can't teach instinct, and I've said that a lot. And here he was battling flipping versus and he just mentioned what he's going to do, the same thing Jesse Millsaps have been doing the whole time, is just flailing a white jig around as fast as he can. So that's so cool about live, and thank you, Keith, for speaking your mind a little bit out loud, so we get an inside view of.
And we get to watch all this live coverage thanks to sponsors, and we have several great sponsors here at the NPFL. This uninterrupted coverage, but we're going to go check out a word from our fine sponsors right now, pay the bills, and we will be back to Wright Patman with more NPFL Live.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the NPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
Welcome back to Wright Patman here in the city of Texarkana, Texas. Taking a look at our leader, Keith Carson from Florida. Of course, Keith was our day one leader with 25 pounds even of Wright Patman bass, and today unofficially estimating 21 pounds 12 ounces in the live well, but I think it's going to be a little bit more than that, Dudley.
Depends on how north the 5-pounders are. You know, that when we saw him cull, of course, the last time, I think that his next cull is a 2 3/4. You think it was north?
Yeah, his smallest fish is, it's got to be close to 3.
Yeah.
So he's in that, maybe even bigger. We haven't seen him in a while. He has had a slower, a lot like yesterday.
He said he was mad at himself yesterday for big item.
Yeah. Because we actually thought he might have north of 27 yesterday.
Uh-oh. It's one way to do it.
Taking a jump over to Mark Schilling.
I don't know where all the big ones went, man. I should call that other one. That's a pretty easy call right there. So we're gonna call this
unofficially 24th place for Mark.
5 fish is
started the day in third.
5 by 3 is the game plan, but on this lake, you need 5 by 3 that are 5s. So just gonna stay positive because I know they live here. And there's any minute you can make that same cast, and that's a 7, 8, 9 pounder, and then you're right back at a really good bag. So we are fishing till 4:30 today, which is awesome.
I think one of the reasons, Luke, that you just heard him talk about it, that we haven't.
Thank you, Lord.
We know this lake has a lot of giants.
That one kind of wrapped me up too.
But there's that.
They are good at doing that.
1 to 2 week period of the whole year, out of the 50 weeks of the year, when the females actually get a little bit locked
I'm gonna
on.
cull everything out.
And that
I had
is
coming here.
the time of the year of the spawn. You would think, oh, the spawn time of the year, we're going to have so much fun, we're going to catch so many big ones. Actually, you know, during the heat of the spawn, the females are like, look, I got enough fat reserve in me. I don't need to eat. I've prepared for this 2-week window of me preparing myself to, do what God has created us to do. And they actually get lockjaw. Do you think we're in that 2-week window, even though fishing has been phenomenal? A little shocked, but do you think we're in that 2-week window where their mind is geared more towards reproducing nature than it is eating?
Absolutely, and the times during the spawn that we see these big stringers, big basket callers, when you can actually sight fish, visibly see the fish on the bed. So these guys, a lot of thick cover,
and
a
they
lot
can't
of dirty
see
water,
the target.
Can't see them. So you could have that, and in my opinion too, Dave, these fish in Texas have probably been spawning for a while, so we could be in that what I call the post-spawn funk period that you hear people talk about, where those big females, once they do their thing, they've expended a lot of energy. They don't eat. They suspend. They don't get around the cover as much.
It's a lot of energy. Going prepping to spawn, and then it's a lot of energy during the spawn, and then you're so wore out you don't have the energy to chase. And that, I think, when that heat of the spawn, we're talking all that's relative in a 2-week window. So yes,
no doubt.
Even though we're at a phenomenal lake, and it's not showing these 8, 9, 10 pounders that it's loaded full of, it shows to me right now we've hit it at a great time. I mean, look at the weights that's come here, but I think we're in that funk stage of the absolute giants showing themselves. Now, probably can go another week from now, 2 weeks from now, after they've recouped their energy and they need more reserve to put back in their body. Yes, absolutely, you're going to see them, come back. But a lot of these females are laying around sick. Sick meaning not sick, came out wrong, but you know what I mean, weak. I should have used weak, or a lot. Their body has went through a ton. It's just like a woman giving birth, man. It's a lot of effort in that with you on your body, and it takes a while to recuperate.
Look at our man, David Dudley's Donnie right here. Donnie O'Neill. Familiar scene.
Well, look at here, a root ball bite.
Nice fish, Donnie. Fully loaded hook set, but another fish that came unpinned coming over the side of the boat.
True that. And numbers again.
That one might help us a bit.
Here. We've seen Donnie here in the last little bit. We've been going back to him. Numbers are increasing rapidly.
We'll get the cool, boys. 190. We'll get rid of number uno and go to 190. There you go.
Donnie started the day outside of our top 10. It slipped a little bit here on day number 2 at Wright Patman. He's slowly but surely trying to fight his way back in the top 10.
And here you go, boys. Let me show you something. That's what they're eating right there. Look at that. That's why spinnerbait's being good. See?
There's a good look at that.
190.
Redfin shad and live well.
So
Dudley, he's just got one big well. He doesn't have a little side and a big side like Mr. Carson.
Right here.
Donnie doing the right thing and uploading the Way Live app.
He has
1 pound.
He must have been
14 ounces.
Chewed him out or just
chewed the entire field out, Dave. Yeah, it's kind of that's why I don't get shout outs on live. Only you, because I really gave him a stern talking to at the meeting.
I'd like to move
in
up
the back of his mind. He's like,
but hey, as long as we're moving up, it's all good.
Do this for Luke. Oh,
that's the important thing. Moving on up.
Donnie unofficially right now moving on up, 17th place.
Like said, sure is
trying to get in that top 10. Of course, our top 10 tomorrow will start with an NPFL live camera as we chase all these anglers on Showdown Saturday. Top 36 will get paid $9,000 check, 36th place angler. And the money increases as you go up all the way to first place, $50,000. And the beautiful MPFL trophy, the second ever, Dudley, only the second National Professional Fishing League trophy to be given out. Brandon Pickwick Perkins right here.
No.
We're there.
We're
live.
What's up, world? Hope y'all are still hanging with me, friends and fam.
Boom, boom.
I just had a huge upgrade. It's been way tougher on me. I've had just as many or more bites today, but the quality's down. Water's falling a lot more, and pressure. I mean, there's boats all in here, and the boats in here caught them yesterday too. So, the last couple of bites I've had have been on frog, and pretty fun stuff. I think probably definitely need to get rid of one with a big one, and I'll have something that I'm okay with having, I guess. But I feel, and I may be totally wrong, but I felt like the weights were going to go down each day, and mine definitely has. But I'm on just as good a pace as I was yesterday at this point in time, with a bigger kicker, I guess. So ask me why I'm flipping. Everything I've caught lately has been on frog, and I'm flipping. That's why I can't cast it. Oh no. That one is got. We're going to go get that. Yep. This place is nasty. Live world. Making fun of me right now. That's all right.
We actually didn't make fun. I want to point that out to Brandon later today. We didn't make fun of him for breaking off there, but
so
Brandon talking there and made a crucial upgrade to get him into unofficially back into the top 10.
Big one.
Take a look at our top 10 right now.
And we'll be all right.
Here from Texarkana, Texas. One of those unique places in the world where you can actually stand in two states at once here on the Texas-Arkansas line. And at the top of our unofficial leaderboard, Dudley, not a lot of changes. Keith Carson still driving the bus with Nick Bravanizak trying to knock him off the top spot. Jesse Millsap's making a charge today. Josh Ray, who started the day in fourth, still hanging on to that fourth place spot. Cody Ryan Greeny, a new name in the top 10, a Texas boy. Derek Blake showing an estimated 20 pounds unofficially now. Has moved into our sixth place spot. Chris Heath, a new name in our top 10 today as well. David Gaston, our second place angler from Lake Eufaula, in our top 10 unofficially right now. Brandon Perkins from Tennessee that we're just seeing there in ninth place, and Alabama's Robbie Frazier holding down the 10th place spot.
We got 4 20-pound bags in the top 10 already for today.
We had 9 yesterday. So
are we keeping pace?
We're definitely keeping pace as far as good fish. You look down the list of estimated big bass, so many 4s, 5s, with a few 6s mixed in. This lake has got them. Obviously, these guys are fishing close corners. You're hearing a lot about crowding and a lot about pressure. They're splitting those fish up, but Wright Patman has got a great fish population in that 3 to 6 pound range, no doubt about it. And to me, Dudley, it is going to come down to, we've talked about it and talked about it and talked about it, who can get that 7, 8, 9, 10 pound bite at some point during the day. Who can do that?
Yeah, we're looking at the average fish in the top 50, and 4-pound fish dominate that.
Absolutely.
That field. And so could there be a lot more 20-pound bags? No doubt.
Back over to 5th place angler coming in today, Doug Chapin, who is slinging that spinnerbait. Slipped a little bit out of the top 10, unofficially in 15th place right now with a little over 11 pounds.
Just hearing the activity of birds even around. It's almost like I'm in it, Luke. We're in the boat with him.
Makes you want to be out there flipping those bushes, throwing a spinnerbait with them. Bluegill colored spinnerbait, of course, Dudley. A new lure in our arsenal, leaving Wright Patman.
I wonder if I can just rig a wacky worm on my spinnerbait for a trailer, at least give me confidence that I'm still throwing a wacky worm.
Would not shock me that you would win like $100,000 doing that.
Just instead of putting it on Wright, put it on wacky worm style.
Always. Dudley is always wacky worming, ladies and gentlemen. The double D with the double W.
I actually, to give a little insight, I have a prototype wacky worm that for 8 months I've been working on, and it's almost got my final approval. So yes, actually there's going to be a Dudley wacky worm coming out.
Well, that's a good one.
I'm excited for you, buddy. I know it'll be perfect. Right to perfection even.
Like before I left to come here, when I was studying in a pool, it was doing things that I was like, oh my gosh. It was, the stuff that it was doing is amazing.
You know, the difference between an angler like myself and a legendary angler like you is you're studying lures in a pool, and I'm normally studying, floating around drinking Tito's. So
drinking y'all tea.
That's exactly right. Over at Nick Vanazak, our 2nd place angler.
I'm filming the weigh-in.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna around 2 o'clock.
It's a big one. Yes. It's a 4-pounder. Yeah.
Help.
Yeah,
that's a little north of 4 maybe. Healthy fish.
You need dropped off?
And you know what, Nick?
Is that what you're saying?
The crazy thing with Nick is with a lot of the other guys, we're seeing a lot of boats in the background. He seems like he's on another lake.
Yeah.
You don't hear a lot of things in the back every time we go to him. Now, we don't know what's right over his shoulder, obviously, Dudley, but definitely seems to have some areas to himself. Let's see what he's calling right here. That's the call.
He's definitely bigger than those
Nick
two.
unofficially at 19 pounds, 19 and a half, about 4 pounds back from Keith Carson.
I still, Luke, I want to know if
I'm
he's
pretty
a
sure
neuter,
this is bigger than that other one. But we'll just
you
see
know,
how much.
If we can get word again. I'm going to say he's fishing new turf. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. We can't confirm or
Pretty sure he's a small one.
not confirm it.
Man, these are good fish he's culling right here to have a 19 and a half bag unofficially.
Yeah.
Definitely going to make for an interesting showdown Saturday between Keith and Nick. And like we've said over and over and over and over,
It's my call
one of these
fish.
guys catches that 7+. It's the great equalizer.
Yeah.
We're going to have about a 3, 4, 5-man race going in because we're seeing these 20-pound bags.
I'm going to say
we got over 20.
Right now, Josh Ray is sitting inside 4th place with 39 pounds. You're only 7 pounds behind Keith Carson, and you're in 4th place. And again, guys, we're echoing it. 7 pounds is one crack of the. You can cull up 7 pounds in one crack of the whip. So right now, if it was to end right now, whoa. But I have a feeling the gap has just got closer with Nick and Jesse. I mean, he catch a couple 5s and add 2 more pounds in on him, he's going to be knocking at Keith's door also.
Getting a look here at Alabama's Bob Burley. Started the day in 10th place. Looks like he's completely changed up what he's got going on. Throwing a spinnerbait, covering a lot of water, not flipping as much. We saw him with the power poles down this morning, really picking all this cover apart. But gonna drop the poles and fish this lone tree right here, Dudley.
Haven't seen many laydown, like actual what you would consider laydown tree bites, and then laydown trees become dominant when the shad spawns there, and fry. When a lot of fry is out and about, they will huddle them up around a laydown tree. But when the heat of the spawn is up, typically laydown trees have no player. They're not a player, which is another indicator of more in the spawning than they are pre or post.
More of the bling bling. Yes. Saying. Still the weather, and this is the risk you take. Like we were talking yesterday, the 800-pound gorilla on tournament director Brad Fuller's shoulders and trying to decide whether you need to cancel a day, whether you need to fish, because originally this weather was supposed to be, potentially dangerous right at daylight today, but it keeps moving back. Here we are, not far away from our 1 o'clock hour. Really haven't seen a lot of rain yet. Haven't seen the storms. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. But now they're forecasting tonight 1 to 2 inches of rain. Now, I will be honest, at our drive-through weigh-in this afternoon, could be a little bumpy.
Muddy. I got to get around on the other side.
Chance of isolated storms.
I guess I can try to throw
you
a
can
spinning
watch
bait
on
up in there.
tmpfl.com. Dudley, is it fair to say that you and I might watch the weigh-in on tmpfl.com this afternoon as well?
Exactly. Yes, that would be very fair to say. Or we could just watch it from the hotel room.
From the parking lot, yeah. We can look out the window.
Actually,
see the drive-through weigh-in.
See it live and listen to it.
That's right. That's what we'll do. We'll listen to the audio.
See it live.
And watch that stinging rain come in on everybody else.
Oh, awesome.
Fair weather fans.
Yeah, we're not going to
Double D, that's what we are. Take a look at the watercolor again. We saw that with River Lee yesterday. Saw that with John Policini yesterday. A lot of this, there's so many different watercolors you come across in Wright Patman. And he appears to be out on the main lake, but it's just got that almost orange.
We're rolling around the corner. If that don't pan out, this is boring. There's a little cove over there I see on my map. Looks like it's full of trees, so we'll see. Probably 7 boats in there.
I'm not going to say I agree with Bob that was boring, but
yeah.
We're ready for some live action. We're ready for one of those infamous Wright Patman 7 or 8 pounders these guys keep talking about. They got us primed up. All the practice talk. Even our intro video, Dudley, talking about 8s, 9s. So far, they're letting us down. But a whole lot of fishing left to go here.
Well, here we go. We got about 2 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes to go for check-in. But it's been slow. Been able to cull a couple times. Just quality's not there. Having to run some different water, and just like we predicted, people fishing on top of each other. I went back to twice to one area where I know where a bedding fish is, because I had her on and I pitched right back in there, and I brought her out and a buck bass bit in there. So I know where that's at, but there's a boat in there around the area, so I wasn't going to go in and cut him off just to try to fish that fish.
So we're going to take a quick break. Going to drop out of Donnie O'Neill here, and we will be back to Wright Patman very soon with more MPFL Live after we pay some bills.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I've found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it. You're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. Fullyloadedchew.com. Check it out.
Back to live action at Wright Patman and Mark Schilling. Getting to use that G-force culling beam right there, and that's always a good thing. Mark, of course, started the day in third place. Little tougher day, quality-wise, for Mark than on day one. We're going to get to see a replay from when we were at commercial break with Mark on the fish catch that led to this cull right here. Take a look at that right now. NPFL live from Wright Patman, presented by Progressive.
That's a good one. Get over here. It's gonna flip it, but it's a spinnerbait. I don't know about that call. Come here. Come here. Come here. Finally. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Boom. Finally. That's one. Told you we're gonna call them all out. It's just gonna take some time. We're gonna put her. Ooh.
Back to NPFL live, and Mark's trying to figure out the cull.
Hold still.
Some skinny, but definitely buck bass. I think you would agree with that.
I'm gonna go blue. Being the hair bigger.
Of course, every ounce matters. These culls are crucial. That's why you see these guys taking so much time. Every point in that Progressive Angler of the Year race, going into that final tournament, Grand Lake.
We're gonna take
so
this
important
out.
so you can make the championship. Top 25. We'll all fish an entry fee free tournament.
That one's looking good now.
3 days of live coverage.
We're gonna get some secret G juice in there by TH Marine.
Mark helping us pay the bills right there. A little shout out to TH Marine. Gatorade for fish right there.
Yeah. Electrolytes.
Keeps them feeling good. Places the slime coat.
A little bit more in there.
Not for human consumption, though.
Can you over G-juice them?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I know they have a recommended, dosage, but didn't know.
So now,
just can you over G-juice?
Upgrade.
Nope. I don't think
We
so.
need to update this.
And obviously they have a recommended measurement, and the bottle actually itself has a measuring device on the bottle. Little known fact about G-juice: do you know where the original formula was developed for?
Question: can you give me ABC?
ABC? No, it's not multiple choice, does it? you get one guess.
Okay. The original formula was
4-pounder.
Was created when snails come out of their shells to create more slime protection for escargot. You don't even know what to say to that.
I don't at all. Originally, G-juice was made to keep lobsters alive in the restaurant industry for transporting live lobsters, the original formula. And then it was adapted into the bass fishing world.
Still skipping this old frog around.
Wow. Over to Brandon Perkins. Brandon Pickwick Perkins, I should say. Skipping a frog.
I told him, there ain't going to be no water left flip tomorrow at this rate. Come on.
I love that sound of the skip. When you make that good skip, it's like.
Yeah, I think yesterday I was setting at about 3.8 right here, and today it is 2.4. And all the crap way back there in the back is nothing. But I lost a giant way back there this morning.
The good stuff right there from our NPFL camera crew.
You know, a fish or two cruising. I don't know if they're spawning back there. The water dropping out, they may just be cruising.
Big shout out to our cameraman Kelly, capturing that. Now, if the bass will do their part,
a lot of talk. Let me
but
throw
if
this
you're
at you.
watching Lake and Finn, I need a big one right now. Make me feel a little bit better.
Brandon is a girl dad. Got to point that out. Got 2 little girls at home. He's wanting them to get him some big bass luck right now.
So one of the frog hacks that is out there,
You
Luke,
got it, guys.
and you know it. Cutting the legs, you would say, on a frog. Is it true that if you cut one shorter than the other, does it walk better? Do you buy into that theory?
Yes, I do.
All right.
I like trimming my legs up a little bit.
I reckon a human would have a limp to it. Are you saying a frog has a limp to it if one frog leg is shorter than the other?
Let's ask Brandon Perkins. Let's ask the pro here. Does he trim his legs? We can get Kelly, the cameraman, to ask him, do you trim the legs on the frog?
I'm seeing how many degrees is going to the right and left, and I'm saying he does not have it trimmed.
Live and die.
The legs on your frog?
That is definitely a frog hack.
Yeah, I trimmed one side because I just pulled this one out and she was not walking like the last one was.
There you go.
So I'm on frog number 3 today. That's how precise I am with my skipping abilities with a frog. Yeah, the one I started the morning with was the frog I caught him on in practice, and I added a couple little tungsten beads in there, and just to help it skip back there, weigh a little more, and it's
wow.
I broke it off earlier, and she sank, so. So we're on frog number 3.
Luke, did you just learn something?
I did. The power of live
we can
right
make
there.
A trip to
That's why.
Academy and buy another frog or 2 tonight if that's what they want to eat.
That's why I am.
I think I've had my last 4 bites has been on the frog. I'm not confident in flipping right now because everything I've caught flipping today has been.
I'm so nervous.
Substantially smaller. So. But I've walked a spook for hours without a bite, so I can try to wake my frog.
Listen to the birds.
Oh, come off there, easy. Come on, easy. I want it to land right there. And the last bite I had,
I'm paralyzed
was a big one, and it was out away from the cover. And I'm sure there's tons of other cover that is not visible to the eye, because I know some are pool on this.
Yeah, we need
on this
need some
lake
cooperation
is quite
from
a
a
bit
Wright
lower
Patman
than it is
bass.
now. But we are approaching some good looking frog stuff right here.
Yeah, I'll be glad when he gets to the good-looking water.
I'm
Don't
not
they?
calling my shot. I know better than
It all
that.
looks like a fisherman's dream to me.
But this looks
Would
pretty
you have
good
ever
if it's
thought to
any
put
water at all
tungsten
back there.
in a frog?
Tungsten beads, he said. Weight it down a little bit so we could skip it further. Smart.
Crazy.
Dudley, I think it's time for a little bass tank breakdown on what you heard right there and what we're watching. Brandon Perkins, who is our unofficial 9th place angler, came into the day in the top 10. What are you seeing right there?
We heard him mention twice now that he feels like he caught a random 5-pounder just out in the middle of nowhere. But him picking up this frog in the last hour and catching 4 fish in the last hour and saying, what he's saying is this, is that the water has dropped. You heard him mention to that. He feels that the fish that are up there, the flipping fish, are getting a little bit more skittish, right? They're getting a little bit more, and number one, they're beat up. They're getting a little bit more skittish. There's not as much water over their back, and he's feeling he can long cast them, relatively speaking, with a frog, sneak up on them, and maybe catch some of those females that are sitting 2 or 3 foot outside the bed. For example, you're seeing where he's coming over right there. His choice right there, that's a spawner. Now female. See the difference? There's 2 different sections of that cast where your high percentage of size of fish will happen. Spawner. Now female. You see what I'm talking about? The females that are sitting out there, that's the ones that could potentially smoke that frog. Now, both of them could, but how would you like that for a TikTok reel? Spawner.
For the kids at home.
Female.
Double D, the
Put
TikTok
a little music
master.
to it.
Yeah. We'll ask the guys to mix that up for you for tomorrow.
That would
intro
be
music.
our bass tank breakdown.
And as we enter the 1 o'clock hour, get a little recap brought to you by Progressive from here at Wright Patman. Take a look at some of the awesome action we've had on MPFL Live today here in the city of Texarkana, Texas. Mark Schilling starting the day in 3rd place.
It's one way to do it.
Utilizing a little bit of flipping and a lot of spinnerbaiting so far today.
That's a good
Love
one.
that line sinking. It's my favorite noise.
Man,
Get over
we
here.
need to put enough out on a
Boom,
just to
finally.
listen to it.
Yep. From Mark to another spinnerbaiter, Mr. Doug Chapin. Wisconsin angler that started the day in the top 10. Still hanging around the top 20, but hasn't had the quality
Five.
today
It's a little
that we
dude, but
saw
I'm-
from him on day 1.
That's a better.
He started the day in 5th place. Right now he is unofficially on the Way Live leaderboard, 16th place. Donnie O'Neill, Mr. Hookset, day 1. It's been slow and steady for 2 days. Donnie started the day in 7th place, stayed in our top 10 the majority of the day yesterday, in 18th place now. And then Brandon Perkins, Mr. Frogger this afternoon for us. Dudley, who's been asking when the frog would make a difference, and now it's really helped Brandon make a jump back into the top 10 unofficially. And now we are back to Bob Burley. here at Wright Patman.
Common theme. Points of bushes. Pure indicator that it's still dropping. Now, I do want to bring this up. Me and you have the advantage of watching 10 cameras, right? We do. Viewers don't see it. Is it scaring you? Is Keith Carson in practice mode? Because he has said, time, I want one more, meaning, he wants one more. His burning desire for that mega bag again is there. Extremely quiet in the last 2.5 hours. Does that scare you? Is he practicing shaking off maybe? I don't think so, but
I don't think so. I don't think he's that kind of guy. I don't think he's going to shake anything off. He is a home run hitter. He wants to knock their lights out. You heard it yesterday. He was estimating he had 27 pounds. Of course, he ended up being 25, but he's saying, oh, man, if I could just catch a couple more, I'll have 30. I want 30. I want 30.
Mm-hmm.
He's wanting that mid-20s bag again today, that 25-pound bag. And, I think that he's not going to leave anything out there, man. You just can't.
So is he practicing?
I would say yes. I would say definitely that he's probably going to be changing some water.
Left the area per se, the area that's got him into the leader.
Absolutely.
And in a total different area of the lake.
I would think so. And, the thing with Keith, though, he's fished new water both days. He said he had to scrap his practice plan on day one. Said today he had a lot more company in the areas he caught him in yesterday, so he switched up. He's caught over 20 pounds today. We're going to estimate it. Keith's estimating 21 pounds, 12 ounces. I'm going to say he's got a little more than that. He guessed high yesterday, so I think he's trying to be conservative because we were giving him a hard time at the drive-through weigh-in yesterday for tricking us all day into thinking he had almost 28 pounds, but we were okay with 25.
But I think if he makes the right adjustments, his desire for that giant is going to come out, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Part of me wants to say, no, he's practicing, but there's that part of me saying, I don't know. He might be stalled out because he's out.
Go 5th place angler from day one, Doug Chapin, hooked up.
Settle down. No, he ain't no begging. What might help? Felt a lot bigger than that.
Doug unofficially 16th place. Looking to do a little color.
Twins, and twins. I'd be balance beaming.
Yep. I think that's what we're going to see here for sure. You can't eyeball that. Too much money on the line.
And even the scale can't. The scale can't even be that accurate, That's hard to beat a balance beam on fine-tuning your color. That's why they created the balance beam. Don't lie.
What do we got for that one? This one's 191. And we have a winner.
Keeping a 2-pounder?
Yep. Small upgrade, but an upgrade. Certainly wish it was like 4 more pounds than that. Felt like, I don't know what was up with that fish. It was pulling. Thought it was a big one.
Taking a look now at 5th place angler coming in today, Doug Chapin. I think we're going to get a look at our unofficial leader, Keith Carson, with replay action.
Trying to change it up. See if we can pick up another good one here. So I'm just changing things up. I just haven't been getting any big bites in a couple hours now. I've been getting a lot of bites, but no big ones. Well, I take that back. I did just have like a 6 or 7 chase me down to the boat, and just it didn't open its mouth. It just like kissed my chatter. But yeah. So other than that, just a lot of small fish, a lot of little bites. So I'm getting out here on some of the most main lake stuff that I can find, or out here in the creek, and just hoping that there's a big one out here all by herself. And then I'm just gonna keep moving. If I don't get anything through this stretch, then we're gonna keep going. There should be one right here though. This tree. God, it looks good. Oh my gosh. Stay on. I don't think it's that big. Oh, it's not even a bass. It's a hybrid. Oh, it hit it so hard.
Hybrid scared Keith there a little bit, and Dudley
be a big one.
Changing up areas, trying new things. I would say anything he catches at this point is a bonus.
Oops.
Going into day 3, and maybe a clue.
And a bonus of learning.
Absolutely, yeah. A clue going into day 3. Showdown Saturday.
It came up behind it and knocked slack in my line. That's usually how the big girls eat it. Okay. Not what we're looking.
Well, look who we have here. 4th place angler Josh Ray, who apparently has been hiding off the map, away from cell phone service all day long. Arkansas's Josh Ray started the day in 4th, unofficially right now. Still holding down the 4th place spot. Tomorrow we're going to tell Josh, for his friends and family, he needs to fish in cell phone coverage so we can get some video of Josh tomorrow. Taking a look at 2nd place angler, unofficially, Nick Provanizak. Again, it seems like Nick is on another lake. It's always so quiet around him, no other boats.
I think what he does is ride around and find the calmest pocket.
And he gets in the middle of it.
And that's where it's going to be. Kind of like his personality.
Very quiet. Certainly not telling us about his headwear choices, Dudley. Not getting that out of Nick.
Mm-mm.
No homemade visors here.
Mm-mm.
Again, everything on Wright Patman looks like it has a bass or 5 living by it. Everything. We heard Brandon Perkins say, I'm getting up here to the good-looking water.
Okay, that isolated tree right there, I'm calling my shot. Come on. All right, there it goes. Come on, Nick. Make me look like I know what I'm talking about. Dang. Gave it one pitch.
It's almost like he heard you and ignored you, I'll be honest. A little talk to the
Kinda
hand
like
there to David Dudley.
Kind of like our kids do. Hey, don't do this. Yeah, Dad.
Go from Nick over to take a look. Check in with
The
Double D's favorite, Donnie O'Neill. Currently in 19th place. Started the day in our top 10. Donnie O'Neill from Texas.
But not
Hook set king on day one.
Relatively
in our
close
live coverage.
still to the top 10. Right, look at you.
Hey, boys. Yeah, there's that 3-pounder I was talking about.
Hey, buddy.
I still am so puzzled about that rattle.
That's a
We
good
saw
cool
him
fish
catch
right
20
there.
fish yesterday.
That's going to help us out a bunch.
Did we not hear the rattle?
I don't remember hearing it. And today it's been
Exactly.
prominent on every fish.
That's what I'm saying.
But he said his areas are getting pressured. Maybe he's changing up. You know?
278.
Something a little sneakier.
278. That means number 4 is gone bye-bye. 278. There we go. Number 4.
I know we would have heard that rattle
Number 4.
We've heard it a lot today, that's for sure.
Get
There
that
you go.
cameraman to talk to
That's a
him.
good call
We
right
wanna
there,
hear about
Jeff.
the rattle. There we go.
Yes, sir.
Awesome call. Ask it. Get that
That's going to
cameraman.
move Donnie back up
All right.
unofficially, of course, right
Make the
now.
app.
Sitting in 17th place.
Here we go. Come on. Okay, let's go. Here we go. So we got 2 pounds and 12 ounces. Save and edit. We're up to 12.12. Ooh, never felt that fish. It's just the line started moving, which is so odd. More carnage. Like John said, carnage. Ooh, we still got some good water to fish too. Heck, maybe I don't need to go back over there, but I will. Maybe I can.
Hey,
I need another
listening to
coal.
him talk, to me, that's an indicator
That's for sure.
he's new water.
For
Right?
sure.
Had to change it up.
Let's see here. What was it? Is it 190? That's the smallest one. Now back to number 1. Yeah, 190. That's the next one. Okay.
Well, as we listen to Donnie figure out, what his next coal is, and we hope we get to see that. We're entering our last few minutes of live here, and we're going to throw it to our sponsors that make all of this possible here in the National Professional Fishing League at Wright Patman, presented by Progressive Insurance.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the NPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. Fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
Welcome back to Wright Patman, city of Texarkana, Texas, the National Professional Fishing League, our second event of our 6-event season here. Day 2.
You know, we laid mention to this, Luke, about fishing new waters, and he let in a little bit. He goes, it looks like I got a lot more good-looking cover coming up. I wonder if we could ask him that. And I want to know, did he have rattles in his bait yesterday? It's driving me nuts. Interesting.
Hopefully we can get some info from Donnie there. He definitely exchanged areas though, Dudley. Not the same. I want to remind all of you we have a little less than 40 minutes left in our live coverage today, but you can find out how all of the NPFL pros fared starting at 3:30 p.m. our drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough here at the Convention Center in Texarkana, Texas, where all of these unofficial weights become officially official, Dudley.
Are you going to be singing on stage today?
Not sure. Haven't been invited to do that yet.
I want to sing the chorus of Biloxi Blues. Can I join in on your...
You can join in on the podcast anytime. Sing Biloxi Blues, but on stage, I don't know. Never heard the vocal stylings of Double D. So.
Man, you doubting my vocals?
I'm not, because you told us yesterday that you had frosted tips at one point, and everybody knows that the frosted tip craze was created by the boy bands in the 90s, and so you may sing and dance. I'm not sure. We all know you can catch a bass, though. Donnie O'Neill. Taking a look at Donnie now and hopping over in the boat from Nick Provanizak, our second place angler. A top 10 at Lake Eufaula.
On his way, well on his way to another top 10.
No doubt about that. And a consecutive 20-pound bag.
Oh, no, he's not that big. Dang it.
Pesky 4-pounders.
Oh, when they saw him swim sideways, he was a 5. He might help.
Dang. So many guys right now would like to have that fish. Nick's frustrated.
Truly, you
Got
know
a
how
bigger
many
belly than
quality
that other one,
fish he's
maybe.
thrown back?
I know.
I'm telling you, Keith is better not put his guard down.
He doesn't have a lock on it by any means, and Showdown Saturday is going to be just that. I got to think Nick's hungry for an MPFL win. He entered the final day at Eufaula in second place. Trying to chase down John Hookup Soakup.
Dang.
He's barely heavier.
Cookie cutters, but a
They
little bit
didn't
of a
really
cold.
gain much.
One tip I can tell you when you are
Nice
balance
fish.
beaming or using electronics
Calling
is
about
that
a 4-pounder.
you do want to look at the health of the fish also. You know, when you weigh it, when you have two that are close and
Man, I
one
thought he
that
was
might
bigger.
be weak,
When
in
I
the
saw him
past
swim
I've always
sideways,
thrown
like I said, I
the
thought
weak
he
one
was-
back, even
had
though it
some
might be
meat
an
to him.
ounce lighter or balance beamed lighter. I still will take the healthier one
Still
over
a good
the
fish. I mean, 4-pounder,
weak
you
one,
know.
right? And I will sacrifice 1 ounce for 8 ounces any day for the penalty.
He came right off this little point.
Surprise, surprise.
There's a boat in the background. Finally, Nick's around somebody else for the first time today.
So that's good news. They're up here.
Like he locked through to
Maybe
another
we can get a
fishery.
5-pounder or bigger. Hey,
Yeah,
not
Dudley
too
was
bad. How you
talking
doing?
about that dead fish penalty with the MPFL. 1 pound.
It is
1 pound.
Whoa.
Significant. And so all these guys, not only do you want to return the resource back to the fishery, so the fishery remains healthy like we see. This is an incredible lake, but also in the grand scheme of things, it's a huge penalty. 1 pound penalty, and that's just to encourage these guys, use your G-juice. Make sure your live wells are on. Take care of the resource.
Wow.
Take care of these fish.
For sure. If they were balance beamed up and just any remote chance of one being a weak one, yeah, she gone. She gone. And I've done this too. You know, when you had twins come in and, on the balance beam, I still always pick the freshest one. You've seen them in your live well go from, man, she was, 20 minutes ago, she was good. And then you open your live well and, she would be gone. So always choose the healthy one.
Back in the boat with Chad Aaron, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
I got bit. Just didn't take
Chad
it.
looks like he's focusing on the main lake. Looking kind of ominous behind Chad over his shoulder there. Weather getting closer by the minute.
Might have to switch to a black frog instead of a white frog.
Chad has slipped down the leaderboard some. Started our day in the top 10. Unofficially, got Chad down around 42nd place. Not sure he's updated his Way Live app though, because we've seen a couple nice fish from Chad. Of course, the top 36 is going to pay $9,000.
Sweet. Looking at the unofficial board right now, Shane Cole coming in with 23 pounds, 8 ounces unofficially.
On the way live out.
Rocketing him from 12 pounds yesterday to inside the top 10. The cream of the crop will come to the top. But he just, and his biggest is 6'7". So that means the rest of his, they ain't bad.
No, not at all.
They ain't no slouches.
And when you're looking at all these 4 and 5 pounders that these guys are weighing, I mean, that one guy gets on a stretch with 5 of these 5 pounders can put them in the boat. These 25 pound stringers, there's a lot of opportunity for that out there on Wright Patman right now. And it's still anybody's ball game. I'll take you right now, as we got about 30 minutes left in our live coverage, looking at beautiful Texarkana, Texas right there. Going to take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Like Dudley said, some moving and shaking going on later in the day. Of course, not a lot of moving and shaking at the top. Keith Carson still on top, our day one leader, not giving it up. Nick Provanizak catching a lot of quality fish. We saw Nick make a small cold just a few minutes ago. Jesse Millsaps, who rocketed into our top 10 unofficially today. Josh Ray from Arkansas, who we haven't got to see a lot of. He's been hiding from cell phone coverage most of the day. Cody Ryan, Greeny, 20 pounds, 14 ounces unofficially. Shane Cole, that Dudley just mentioned, only 4 bass for 12 pounds yesterday, has an estimated 23.5 pounds today. 6th place, Derek Blake, the Tennessee angler, with 20 pounds, 1 ounces unofficially. Joel Willert, Jay Willie, 18 pounds today, up to 8th place unofficially. Robbie Frazier with 18.10 today, and Chris Heath rounding out the top 10. Of course, all these weights unofficial until 3:30 p.m. when the drive-through weigh-in starts here at the Texarkana Convention Center. And Big Al McCullough puts them on the scales. Still waiting on one of those big bite challenge, big bass to come across the scales, Dudley. One of those 7, 8, 9 pounders Wright Patman is known for. That this man right here, Keith Carson,
I just got back in this area here, and
so full of big bass.
You know, I haven't practiced here. I don't know where these bites are going to come from, but you know, I've got 4 good ones in the box. I think I got somewhere around 20, 21, and you know, one more big bite, and I'll be right around what I had yesterday. So I came back here, ran under this bridge, and this place looks awesome. It looks so good. I'm kind of disappointed I didn't come here sooner. But there's too many bushes right here. Oh, felt like one.
He mentioned the too many bushes. We've seen him have the hard bank line close to him in a lot of his areas that he's been fishing. So, you know, he's definitely been keying in on hard bank areas where they can't get back in a lot. I'm sure he come and looked through this area and practice, and when the water was up higher, Luke, don't you feel he stored it in the back of his mind? You go to these lakes sometimes, and you may see a area that has potential, but yet the conditions aren't right for it, and you'll just go in, be like, if this, if that. Sounds like he's back in this area again. The water's done dropped, went up underneath a bridge in the back of an area, hopefully thinking that, yes, you know, enough water has dropped off of these areas that maybe I can pinpoint them a little bit better. You heard it in his voice, a little frustrated that there's too much cover, and that would mean him slowing down the fish, and he, you know, slowing down is not in his vocabulary.
Definitely likes to cover water. Very efficient at doing so.
Where's my chatter? Here it is. I'm just moving around trying to throw this chatterbait right now. See if I can pick something up. I need to I need to get a bite of some kind. I need some kind of information because I haven't practiced back here, like I said. I don't know where the bites are going to come from. Every other area of the lake that I've been in, I know really well. I memorize the bottom, I memorize the contours. I know which pitch is going to produce a fish. Pretty much most of the fish that I caught today, like I call the shots. And I don't know, I can't do that back here yet. So I'm gonna get moving, keep chunking this chatter around, just try to get a bite, regardless of what the size is. I'm just trying to learn something. Let's go over this isolated one over here. I'm still kind of quick though. Gosh, it's deep, oh my gosh. 8 feet deep right here. Oh son, there's gotta be some back here. It's gotta be.
Needing some of that David Dudley fish language right there.
See, that was a John Cox twin right there. Finally looked down at his depth finder. He's like, oh, it's 8 foot. John's known for not even having a depth finder on the front of his boat.
Man, you just think any minute we're going to see fireworks again from Keith Carson. But in the last 2 days, he got it done early. And then after lunch, really slowed down. Now, like you said earlier, Dudley probably practicing more than anything, so he's not in his primary areas. That's why you're not seeing him leaning on as many fish right now. He's covering water and checking out potential areas for Showdown Saturday. Because in these multi-day events, you can make it look good on paper one day.
That's right.
But you got to be able to do it. It's a 3-day total. Your best 15 bass that you can bring to the scales, that's the guy that's going to take home the trophy. And he's not out of the woods by a long shot. There are several of our anglers that have something to say about it. Showdown Saturday is going to be just that here at Wright Patman.
He is definitely blazing around. He is definitely blazing around, trying to learn something. We talk about that a lot in fishing. One bite can tell you. You should be able to write me a 1-page report on one bite, and he's looking to write that report or find that one bite just so he could get a clue to the puzzle that he's looking for. Basically, when you see somebody fishing fast, I'll break it down in an analogy like this. When you grab a puzzle, a 500-piece puzzle, what are some of the first things you pull off on a puzzle? All the straight edge, you pull out the corners of, you find the corners of the puzzle, the straight edges. He's just basically going through this area and trying to pull out all the straight edges and the corners and at least get somewhat of a clue of how it's going to be, set up. What do you think about that, Luke?
I like the puzzle. That was the goods right there. That was some Double D, the professor, the instructor.
Pulled the puzzle.
I would like to go back though and say, I don't really want to write you a 1-page paper on the next bite I get. I am the student here
you would
in the MPFL Live studio, but I do not want to write you an essay. I don't know that Keith Carson's going to, buddy. He's got a tournament to win.
Well, that sucks.
Over to Brandon Perkins.
That's a
hooked up
crappie.
With
them
dinner.
Dudes are out in the middle fishing for them. That's a big one. That is not what tried to eat my frog.
That would be a fish taco on the Dudley table.
With a side of dandelion soup.
That's right.
The Dudley
You ever
house.
had a crappie?
I think I have.
They are freaking fire.
Yeah?
They taste so good.
That was a big crowd.
Brandon started the day in our top 10 and
they don't
unofficially
get
right
very
now
big.
sits
I
in
caught a
13th
limit of
place.
them yesterday, probably.
You know, Dudley looked slow.
That's the first one.
Beginning of the day, we're talking, man, I think it's a lot slower than yesterday. But
so good to eat.
start looking down these. Start looking down the standings. Not quite the case.
No,
they're
Mine
putting it
has
together
been.
once again. I think the weights are going to be a little off from yesterday. We have 15 pounds down to 30th place.
So basically 16 and a half was 50th place, right?
15. Yeah, 15 pounds yesterday.
15 was 50th. Okay, so if we right now, 50th is, let's just say 26. That would be, if it ended right now, would be a 4-pound reduction. And
funny.
But we got
I had a good
the
one, missed my
afternoon
frog,
delight
and then I
coming
flipped in
up.
there and kept the dang crappie.
We're looking at 2 more, off a little, right?
Off a little bit.
Off a little
yeah,
bit.
but man, what lake can sustain?
Right.
It's a small lake. It's all shallow cover for the most part. The way these guys are fishing, and look right here, Josh is very sneaky. You can see how stealthy he is in his approach. Oh, he's frozen.
Yeah, he's
again,
like
Josh Ray. We're begging you to get on camera tomorrow, buddy.
He as soon as the camera, they tell him, he throws out a special beam that reflects the.
I think so. He must have some secretive stuff he's trying to hide from the MPFL live cameras.
Is that a froggy?
Back over to Brandon Perkins, who just
That's the one we needed.
made a
and it was your turn.
big jump.
4 1/4. Yes, I thought the poles were down.
Brandon had slipped a little bit, 13th
That was a
unofficially, but that
serious
is
battle.
going to
These dudes are strong.
take
man.
him right back up into our top
Get right
10, potentially.
Pull out. Oh yeah, I got a cold pack.
Brandon Perkins.
Cold pack came off. Stop. I don't think that's the smallest one. Here in my shower again.
Let's go to that last fish again. Take a little look. Brandon Perkins making things happen late on day 2. Wright Patman.
Big, and please stay on.
I
Holy
felt that.
crap. Please stay on. Please stay
Man
on.
brought the thunder.
Dang.
Boom.
Yes, sir.
Look at that.
Yes, sir. That's the one we needed. I think, Lakin, it was your turn.
Getting up there.
That's a good one. Dude, that one
Back
racked me
to
up
live action.
multiple times. 25
Yoder.
pound strike king line.
Look at this. Yoder is
Yeah.
now within 10 ounces or
Shaky
less,
and
or
sweaty,
12
man.
ounces of the top 10.
Holy.
Shaking things up.
So that puts us up there respectable-ish. I would say that was a
Respectable-ish. I like that.
That's
I'm going to
Dudley
use that.
talk right
That
there.
is Dudley talk. I like it.
don't really know what I had. Don't have a scale, so I don't know. I know I don't have anything like what I had yesterday, but I'm getting there. And we got plenty of time to get there. Woo! Those will make you shake. Dude, I did not think I was going to get that one in. My line is perfectly intact, too. That thing was a horse. Whew. Golly. We still alive?
I think so.
It was pretty fire, guys. I was going to pick up the poles and put it in reverse, but so came a little closer to the creek mouth.
Back up, Brandon. Get out of there.
With them sucking down the water, I really feel like that's where they should be if they're not on these outer bushes. But there's so much boat traffic in here, in this creek, that this outer stuff is quite a bit dirtier. But that also may help, as pressured as these fish are. I mean, I feel like, first time I've ever been here, but I feel like these fish are used to swimming around in dirty water, so I don't think it's gonna throw them off too much, not as much as it does the fishermen. But it is definitely a lot more stained right here than where I've been. And I can't make up my mind, guys, on whether to frog or flip. And my back's about broken from bending over and picking the other one up. But yesterday afternoon about this time I did quite a bit of my damage flipping. But like I said, this stuff had a lot more water on it at the time too. But that's a good sign right there. That is not a fish. Maybe went to go inside there.
My heart stopped.
So I think a lot of these bass are trying to spawn. A lot of them are fat pre-spawners. I've caught a couple that were spawned out in practice, but nothing in the tournament. And that's kind of not to cover for me looking like a moron just then. But a lot of times when they're spawning, you don't really feel a bite. It'll just kind of take off, pulling to the side a little bit. That's exactly what I just felt. And Dustin Perkins says hook sets are free, except when you're breaking off tungsten jigs. So I had a good little frog lane just then and kind of messed it up. And that is inches of water. I can see my bait.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, guys, here. Winding down MPFL live coverage. A few more minutes to get you ready to head to that drive-through weigh-in. I'm going to hear one more time from our sponsors, and we'll be back with a little bit more MPFL live.
And I don't know.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Blue Water by TH Marine.
Brad Fuller with the National Pro Fishing League, and I'm super excited to talk to you about a new product that I just discovered through a partnership for the MPFL. It's going to benefit you. I've been a dipper of chewing tobacco for over 20 years. I have quit, started, and quit and started, and now I found a product where I don't have to quit. Let me introduce you to Fully Loaded. This product is food grade quality, but it's not tobacco. That means the nicotine that's in this is not from tobacco. It's actually called TFN, it's tobacco-free nicotine. So you still get nicotine, but it's not from tobacco. Guys, I've tried a lot of these brands and things like this before. This is as close and as real to real tobacco as you're gonna get. You get all the benefits of it, and what I like about it, they have great flavors, they have pouches, they have straight, they have long cut, and it actually dips like real dip. It comes in fully loaded, half loaded, and then the nicotine free. So you can walk yourself back and walk away from the nicotine. I love it, you're gonna love it. I want you to check them out at fullyloadedchew.com. Listen, go to the website. You can buy a can for $1 to try it. fullyloadedchew.com, check it out.
Welcome back to NPFL Live here in Texarkana, Texas. And Dudley, it's been another day full of these Wright Patman 4, 5, and 6 pounders. Still haven't seen that 7 or 8 or 9 yet, but we've got a few hours left. When we go off the air here in just a few moments, the anglers, of course, have a lot more fishing time. Will we see it today?
I'm going to have to say yes. We've heard too many rumors about big fish, 8s, 9, whatever, just these giant fish. I'm going to have to say yes. These females cannot hold off that long. We got weather approaching. They got to be feeling that. Nature knows when nature is coming their way. This front coming through could trigger them into biting. So yes, I'm going to say before the end of the day, we will see a bass over 7 pounds.
Unfortunately, we will not see it on live because our live coverage ends at 2 p.m., but you can see all of these big bass that are going to come across the stage 3:30 p.m. at our drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough. We hope these anglers bring in enough big bass today to kill his voice again, because yesterday when he walked off stage, man, he had nothing left in the tank. But Dudley, we've talked throughout the day. We've literally, we were talking, it's tough. It's tough. But you start to go through this Way Live app, this unofficial leaderboard. Things are shaping up. It's going to take, right now, that check weight is around 15 pounds a day. And, it takes that to win some tournaments on some lakes.
Some northern fisheries we go to, consistency of 3-pounders is typically way north, like New York and smallmouth fisheries. But to have a largemouth fishery that goes that deep to the 3-pound average, that's extremely impressive. And that's what gives me, keeps me thinking that top 4, relatively speaking, top 4 right now all have an incredible chance to come back and come away with this win. We're sounding like a broken record. Keith, you better not let up.
That's absolutely right. You better keep a look in the rearview mirror, and you see Brandon Perkins from Tennessee, who we've been watching with the frog and flipping some today, catching some big ones this afternoon, turning his day around. He slipped out of the top 10 a few times, but unofficially right now have him in 5th place. And, Brandon was a guy top 10 at Eufaula. Nick Provanizak, top 10 at Eufaula.
Keith was right there.
This Progressive Angler of the Year race, leaving Wright Patman, is going to start shaping up and be interesting going into our 3rd event down at the Harris Chain. And, man, I got to give it to Keith Carson, though. He comes away with a win. He had a 13th. He's going to be right up there heading into his home lake. Who is your early favorite right now for AOY? And it is very early. But who are you thinking right now? If I put you on the spot, we've got John Hookup Soakup's going to be right there down the stretch. Nick Provanizak's going to be leading.
Look. It's very obvious Keith Carson going into his home lake and saying it. But I'm going to say the cool, calm, collective, quiet thinking Nick Provanizak is going to be like, at the end of the year, he's going to keep his calm. He's a veteran. Not to say Keith is not a veteran. But I'm going to say Nick, if he keeps his composure up, yes, I'm going with Nick. Your thoughts?
Down the stretch, I think Nick is going to be hard to beat, man. I think he's going to catch him in Florida as well. He's a shallow water angler, flipper, frogger, and that's going to go down at the Harris chain. Keith's going to have some sneaky stuff up his sleeve down there, without a doubt. You know, from talking to other locals I know in that area, Keith definitely dominates in local summertime tournaments down there. So, but will that, that local jinx pressure get to him down there? We'll see.
And he could dominate this tournament and Nick be second and totally blow Nick away. But in reality, it's all about AOI points. And even though he blew Nick away, he still only got 1 point on it.
Absolutely.
Right? So points are what matters. It does. No doubt Keith is going to probably landslide him when we go to. But Nick and let's talk Jesse. Jesse Millsaps.
Absolutely, move of the day.
I mean, he was a top 10 at Eufaula and just steadily coming in here.
Look now, he was sitting on 20 pounds forever today, estimated.
Dang!
And now we've got him a little shy of 23 pounds, third place. Just 5 pounds, a little less than 5 pounds, behind Keith unofficially going into tomorrow. This is going to be a race on Showdown Saturday here at Wright Patman to see who brings home this beautiful trophy behind us and $50,000. And I can't call it. I mean, Keith, it looked yesterday for a long time unofficially like, it's the Keith show. Not quite the case.
Nope.
We've seen Nick throw back amazing quality fish today in Coles. We haven't got a lot of, time with Jesse Millsaps today. Had some Fat Cat bonus coverage with him, but tomorrow we will definitely have a camera on Jesse Millsaps and get to see that swim jig in action. But some newcomers to the top 10, Cody Ryan Greeny, Shane Cole, Derek Blake, Joel Willard, Robbie Frazier.
We're looking at Shane Cole, 4 for 12 pounds yesterday, and then he's got 5 for 23.8. Now, he's on to something that is getting big bites. I can't wait. If he stays in the top 10, I cannot wait to see if somebody figured out how to trigger only big bites. Because we've seen guys go through numbers. We've seen a lot of these anglers catch little one, big one, little one. You're looking at Shane right now, 4 for 12 and 5 for 23. I know it would be a long shot, right? But as far as learning, watching what people do, 10 cameras, that's why I love this for. We got 10 cameras. We got 10 people tomorrow that we can learn from. And the 10 that we're going to be on tomorrow, Luke, are what? The 10 that are dialed in, not flailing around. Maybe I caught a big one and then blah, blah. No, these 10 are the cream of the crop at the moment after 2 days. Tomorrow we get to study, we get to learn, we get to hear their thought process, and the one I want to know is Shane Cole. Shane Cole.
Well, I think, tomorrow, Dudley, the weather is going to be nicer for the guys. We got to get to that drive-through weigh-in here at 3:30. But let's take a look at some highlights presented by Progressive. Take a look at some fishing, some of the action from Wright Patman today. And these guys have absolutely brought it, just like Progressive brings you the National Professional Fishing League.
Oh, baby. Get you some.
Another big one. Early this morning. Second place angler, Nick Krvanizak.
Yes! That's a 4.
Who we have seen absolutely catch great quality the last 2 days. Has him securely in second place.
That was a damn log.
Unofficially.
Just come on in there. It ain't a big one, but it's number 5.
Bob Burley started the day in 10th place. Slipped a little bit. Quality did not come to him today like it did for Nick Krvanizak.
Just the consistency of Nick.
Oh, no, he's not that big.
And just the size.
3 and 4 pounders.
I know.
Right? Just every time.
That is he's a strong threat, buddy. I'm just saying, he's a strong threat. She's going to jump.
Look, that one loved him so much it tried to get back into the boat. Mark Schilling started the day in 3rd place, had a tougher day today, weight-wise.
That's
still fighting for one of the top 36 place checks. 2 tournaments going on in one here. The battle for $50,000 and the battle for those $9,000 checks. Mark unofficially right now is in 15th place, so not far out of our top 10.
Little guy.
A lot of fishing time left as we leave live. Lots of things can happen. Those afternoon delights.
It's a little guy,
certainly
but it'll keep.
Came to fruition yesterday afternoon after we went off live.
Good Lord.
Expect the same to happen again today as the weather front moves in closer and closer and closer. Like Dudley's mentioned, those big females will get fired up and bite.
Love it. My man is on his knees begging for one. Boom.
Bob Burley.
Sean Murphy. He's always been a strong spinnerbait fisherman.
Loves a spinnerbait.
Yes, he does.
Growing up in his part of the world, it's I think you're
staple.
born with one. If you're
Bling,
a
bling
fisherman,
in you.
Absolutely. Doug Chapin. Spinner bait.
Ain't as big as I thought,
most
but
of the day.
oh, get out of there. It's number 4. He ain't much.
Doug unofficially in 16th place right now here at Wright Patman. Brandon Perkins put it all together late today to make the climb back into the top 10 with his frog that we've been waiting to see.
The late day frog attack. They're going to start chirping.
Of course, that 5.5 pounder right there didn't hurt things at all for Brandon Perkins. Definitely didn't hurt his feelings. But the man of the day, Keith Carson.
Oh, came off. Dang it.
The man of the last 2 days. Can he hold on tomorrow to win this thing wire to wire? Certainly fishing with a lot of confidence, Dudley.
When you get dialed in and can call your shot, it's going to be a major threat. And your man.
Chad Aaron had some missed opportunities today. Was able to put a few
look
fish
at there.
in the boat as well. And
He got some.
threw his rod in the water. Just got
That's a good one.
with him,
That's
so
a good
back
one.
with it.
Yes.
Woo! Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, representing the hometown.
Man, she's not getting it. They're not.
Those highlights brought to you by Progressive, like our event is right here, Dudley. And we want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in to NPFL Live today. For myself and David Dudley and Fat Cat out on the water, we hope to see you again in the morning, 8 a.m. And we'll see you at the drive-through weigh-in, 3:30 p.m. here in Texarkana. And we will see y'all next time.
All right, folks, here we are, Texarkana, man, Wright Patman Lake. These boys are way in Cold Straight Mega Sacks. Check it out, Tommy O'Neill getting it done. There you go. 19 pounds even. Let's see some of those fish. All right, here we go. Put your hands together, folks, right there. Michael Yoder right here from Texarkana. A nice 14-hour day. Show those fish off, Buck. Good job, my man. Luis Fernandez. All right, here we go. Put your hands together. Your local boy right here, Mr. Jake Chauncey. 23 even Nick Pravanazak. Does it ever get old? You got 19 pounds even. A weight of 21 pounds, 13 ounces, 21 pounds, 3 ounces. That's a 5-fish winner right there. 25 pounds even, your new leader here. Put your hands together, folks. There they are. The Blue